This is the August 16th regular session of the Chatham County-Savannah Metropolitan Planning Commission. The board consists of Mr. Joseph Welch, Chairman, Ms. Karen Jarrett, Vice Chairman, Mr. Travis Coles, Secretary, Dr. McLeek Watkins, Treasurer. The board members are Ms. Lorraine Bowles, Ms. Elizabeth Epstein, Mr. Joseph Irvine, Mr. Wayne Noah, Mr. Jeff Morticia, Mr. Cedric Coleman, Mr. Dwayne Stevens, Mr. Tom Wildwoody, Mr. Lee Smith, and Mr. Jay Melton. The MPC Executive Director is Melanie Wilson.
Before our MPC meeting starts today, I was asked to make an announcement of inclement weather announcement. That's a first for me, but anyhow, I'd like to take a moment to inform everyone that we're having inclement weather in downtown Savannah, and we have experienced several momentary power interruptions already. Should we have an unexpected power interruption during this meeting, we will recess for about 3 minutes because we believe the system will return to normal operations during that 3-minute period. If you are virtual, you will experience a 3-minute or so of silence, and then we should return. Once we have verified correct operations, we will resume the meeting. If the outage becomes an extended outage, we will shift our equipment to a backup transmission medium and attempt to resume broadcasting the meeting. If we are unable to resume broadcasting, the meeting may be postponed to another day. So I guess we have some serious weather coming. Okay? Or blame it on the Russians, I don't know. All right. We will begin our meeting. The August 16th regular meeting of the Chatham County Savannah Metropolitan Planning Commission will now come to order. I ask for all to please stand for invocation and pledge of allegiance. Heavenly Father, we ask you to bless this commission today, that we make the right decisions for the betterment of our community of Savannah and Chatham County and its citizens. We ask you to please bless the men and women of armed services that protect this country and lands abroad. We ask you to protect us from any severe weather that we get through, and we thank you for the blessings of a beautiful day and days ahead, and thank you for all the gifts you give us. In God's name we pray, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. Thank you. For staff, petitioners, and members of the public who are participating here today, our procedures will be as follows, and we welcome you here today, and thank you for being here. The agenda is broken down into several parts. First, notices, proclamations, and acknowledgements. Next, it's called the consent agenda, which consists of items for which the applicant is in agreement with the staff recommendation and there are no known objections. This will be followed by regular business, old business, and then adjournment. For each agenda item on regular business, the staff will make a presentation. The staff presentation will be followed by a presentation by the petitioner, should they elect to do so. The petitioner will be allotted a time frame of no more than 20 minutes. The board may then ask questions of the petitioner or staff for clarification. Afterwards, the floor will be open for public comment. If you wish to comment on the item that the board is considering, we ask at that time, if you're at home on your computer attending this audience, to raise your hand feature on your screen. Do not use the feature until the item you want to comment on is being considered. At the appropriate time, you will be recognized and staff will unmute your microphone. At the end of your allotted time, as determined by the chair, your microphone will be muted. and the chair will recognize the next speaker. If you wish to speak on a particular item, there's a blue card. Should be out at the door. If not, the lady here at the desk at the entrance exit way will be able to present you one. Fill out that blue card, please. The total public comment time will be equivalent to the petitioner's presentation time if need be. Therefore, it is important that you use the raise your feature hand on your computer if you're at home during the hearing on that item, and if you want to speak on a petition. Once the floor is closed for public comment on the petition, no additional public speakers will be allowed. If you are not certain you want to speak, still use the raise your hand feature. You will have the option to decline when your name is called. Same with the blue card, okay? After public comment, the petitioner will have the opportunity for rebuttal and then additional needed questions by the board. Finally, the board will take action. Thank you. So as we get started, we're going to go straight to approval of the agenda. I need a motion.
Motion.
Second,
Noah.
Coles.
We'll do a verbal count. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you. Notices, proclamations, and acknowledgements. Notices. September 6th, 2022 will be our regular MPC meeting. The next meeting at 1:30 p.m. here in the Planning Commission at the Arthur Mendoza Hearing Room. Item 3, note meeting date change from Tuesday, September 27th to Thursday, September 29th, 2022. Regular Planning Commission meeting will be at 1:30 p.m. That's going to be on September 29th, on a Thursday. Item 5, items requested to be removed from the final agenda, and I'll go through all of them, then we'll vote. There's only a few this time. Item 4, map amendment, 543 Washington Avenue. Item 5, master plan, Cottonvale Road. And item 6, master plan amendment, 1901 Benton Boulevard. I need a motion.
Noah, motion to remove said items.
Coles, second.
Verbal vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone against? Thank you. And we'll go to consent agenda. The approval of the July 26, 2022 briefing regular minutes meeting. Need a motion to accept?
Noah, motion.
Second, Coles.
Verbal vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you. Item 7, we're now going to go into old business. Item 8 is special use, 2110 West Cornet Street.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Nirav Gandhi. So let me pull up a few things quickly. So just to refresh everyone's memory, as this petition did come to you before, where we're located right now is 2110 West Gwinnett Street. This is the property in question. This is the Carver Village neighborhood over here. If you go down Gwinnett a little bit more this way, you will get to the arena area. And this is 516 right here. And this is the property in question, as I said. So just for some background, like I said, this petition was submitted before, was heard by the MPC on April 12th. And the MPC asked for the applicant to get a few more things together and come back to them, which they have done. But I'll just run back through it as if it's a new thing to refresh everybody. So this is a petition for a special use permit. Right now, the property is zoned for IL. One second. Let me pull up a zoning map. Right now, this property is zoned IL for light industrial. The petitioner wishes to put a recycling facility on this property that requires a special use permit in the IL zoning. So they are applying for a special use permit. Let me see here. Public notice was, of course, given back when we first heard this, as well as we sent 2 more letters out after that to remind the neighbors this was coming back up. I believe they got the letters. The petitioner has had attended several neighborhood meetings, rather, the latest one being, I believe, last week with the neighborhood Carver Village. So just again to the zoning map, it is surrounded completely by light industrial. And again, this is not a change to the zoning. This property would remain light industrial. This is a petition for a special use permit just for this applicant to operate a recycling facility. So going through some of the things here, basically what we landed on was that this, this area here has been developing with industrial stuff for a good long while now. There is some high industrial over here as well, heavy industrial. But this is pretty much the last empty property in this industrial area around Carver Village. We feel that this would be probably the best way to develop this property because it is already zoned industrially and it will be developed industrially one way or another eventually. I do want to note that, of course, you're familiar, the entire neighborhood has spoken up against this petition. They are pretty unanimously against it. I've received many letters, phone calls, a petition from basically, I believe, every household in the neighborhood. They've been very outspoken against it at the neighborhood meetings that have been held with the applicant. So I'm sure they can answer any of those questions about their concerns. Let's see here. So going down to the recommendation, we have spoken with the applicant. First, I do want to say that the applicant did provide the things we asked for, which were phase 1 of the environmental site assessment plan, which didn't really find anything noteworthy. I've handed the plan up there for y'all to look at, but just a lot of debris on the property, basically. The second thing was a primary landscape plan, which I also have here. And the third thing was to hold another neighborhood meeting, which they did do. So they've also agreed to a lot of our special conditions. So we have actually a bunch more special conditions here. So I'm going to read these out. All of these are going to be, just to be plain, these are all conditions. These are all conditions of granting the special use permit if the board so chooses to vote on this and approve it. So if any of these things are not being met, the commission has a right to, or even the city council, I suppose at this point, recuse their special permit access. So the hours of operation shall be limited from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. An architecturally designed solid fence or wall not less than 8 feet in height shall be required along the southern property boundary. Commercial vehicle traffic entering the facility shall travel eastbound along Gwinnett Street and shall exit westbound only. The special use permit shall be non-transferable. So that means that if the property owner, the current applicant, decides to maybe not move forward with this project and sell it to somebody else couldn't come in here and do it another way. Or even if they do set up the facility and sell it to somebody else, that person would have to come back in here to get another special use permit to keep operating the facility. The facility and all recycling facilities shall be completely shielded with a 40-foot wide landscape buffer and a fence of at least 8 feet in height. As we said, the buffer shall consist of vegetation and a berm, which would help with the noise blocking. All noise generating activities associated with the facility shall be restricted to the rear portion of the property away from West Gwinnett Street. The facility shall be secured during off hours by security gates at all exits and entrances. Any litter, dust, or other emissions generated by the recycling center shall be controlled by the strict application of all federal, state, and local environmental statutes, ordinance rules, and regulations, and through the implementation of Southern Metals Properties LLC or written in-house rules of operation. And the site plan and final landscape plan will come to the MPC for review once complete. So heavy list of special conditions here, but I can also bring up one thing here. Let me see here. So this is kind of the property we're looking at. This would be a right-in, right-out exit, as we said. I-516 is over here. The trucks will be coming only from 516 into this property and back out towards 516. So they should not be interrupting Gwinnett Street and Carver Village over on this side. There's their offices here. This is where pretty much the recycling stuff is going to take place along this strip here, and the detention ponds. So do the commissioners have any questions for me?
Is the petitioner here?
Yes.
Sir, would you like to come forward? Anything you'd like to add? Please state your name for the record, and you have 20 minutes if need be.
My name is Jim Gerard. I'm with Oliver Maynard. We represent the petitioner, Southern Metals Properties. In this case, Madison Elliott is also here. He's the manager, president of the petitioner. I just came here today really to introduce to you to Brian Felder, who asked or who helped us develop the site plan, landscaping site plan, which was one of the issues that was raised at the last meeting. And he's here and he's set up and he just wants to go over with you exactly how we plan on developing the buffer around the property. We were suggesting, and to MPC staff, that it would be a 16-foot high buffer with a 40-foot wide landscape buffer within the fence, which has trees and shrubs built within the 40 feet. And Mr. Felder?
Thank you. My name is Brian Felder. I'm an architect. I was hired by Southern Recycling to help them with this project. I might need some old guy with the computer help. Is this the PDF we gave you?
Yes, sir. Are there more pages to it, or?
How about the 2 videos on the USB drive?
This was all I was sent today, but did y'all have that? Oh, great. Oh,
It's in that folder.
oh, which one? Oh, Southern Metals Recycling. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
There we go.
I'm going to show you a video just to get right to it. We use some of our tools from Historic District Board of Review drawings to analyze the site. This is coming up Gwinnett Street. Everything's drawn to scale. We're proposing not a berm, but a 16-foot high Corten steel fence. It will rust a little bit and it'll kind of go away. Rather than put a lot of shrubs that wouldn't be taken care of, we've done deciduous and evergreen trees with a few crepe myrtles along the buffer. We've put the fence on the owner's side of the buffer, so it's behind, and the folks traveling down Gwinnett Street can see the trees. And that's really all you see. This is at a car height moving along Gwinnett Street. The couple of cranes you'll see in just a second popping up, and one little piece of the equipment. There are the crane heads that you'll see, but it's pretty much the entire operation is shielded from view. There was a piece of machinery, and there's his office building. This is the entrance gate. Again, it's much like you'd see in any suburban office park. It's a very nice buffer for a industrial use. This is a flyover to show you what the site looks like. The operation is actually very compact on the site. Materials are brought in by truck. One of our, we're not expecting waves in our retention pond. That's just a graphic. Office building, a couple of worker buildings. Another thing too that's important for dust control is all the material processing areas are paved, so we're not moving heavy equipment around on dust to generate more dust. A few cranes to move the product, and everything that happens, all the magic happens in that relatively small black-looking conveyor system. It's a relatively minimal operation. It refines the materials down to smaller pieces where they get loaded into containers, put on trucks, and taken out. It's very simple and compact, and we've done everything we can with the heaviest fence we think we can put up, as well as the location of that fence to make it really so that it's not visible to folks passing by. There's an illustration of the fence and the trees. It's a combination of oaks. Can't read that. Hopefully you guys can. But it's all deciduous and evergreen trees with a few crepe myrtles thrown in for color. There's our site diagram from a street. You'll really only see the very tip top of that one piece of equipment. Again, setting the 16-foot high tall steel fence inward. And if you wonder what that looks like, that's actually what much of the border fence has been put up lately is Corten steel. It kind of goes away. Be willing to look at a berm, but I'd rather have the row of trees versus a berm because I think the steel will be of a heavy enough gauge to eliminate sound and you won't be able to see through it. Anything else you guys can think of? Okay. Any questions for me?
Thank you. Any questions for commissioners? Ms. Bowles?
I have understood the responses from the community, and I think I heard this at the last meeting. I believe it was in April where this was brought forth. There was a concern, there were concerns about noise pollution, traffic, air and water pollution, and unfortunately the buffer does not address these issues. It only addresses the visual impact. The buffer is not going to keep the noise from coming over that buffer. It's not going to keep any water pollution, air pollution, traffic pollution, and these are the concerns. And so from April to August, I'm not understanding that the community concerns have been met.
We have discussed the traffic with the MPC staff, and as last time, one of the conditions of operation is that we limit the number of trucks coming in and out of the property to 25 per day and on the average per week, and on any particular day, no more than 50. If the place was being operated as a warehouse or as a freight terminal, which it could be, there would be unlimited amount of trucks being able to come in and out of that place. We're willing and we can very easily limit the number of trucks that are coming in and out to 25, which is minimal. That truck traffic will be routed only to 516 because of the right in and right out. The trucks are not going to be able to go toward Carver Village. As far as the noise, one of the conditions of operation is that all the noise generating machinery be placed way in the back of this 13-acre piece of property next to the railroad. And we have to operate within the limits of the Savannah noise ordinance. As far as the pollution goes, there was a comment made at the last public meeting that people were concerned that the operation was going to cause a cancer risk. And we've looked into that, and my client is an expert in this field. We could find no basis, factual basis, for such a remark. And he can go into the material that he's researched on this issue, and the same thing with the steam and the products that are going to be coming off of the operation. It's just water, steam that's been tested and does not contain any carcinogenic materials or anything that might be hazardous to health, smoke, anything else. So those were addressed. We have made them part of this application, and basically, if we don't comply with it, we're out of business.
Okay, so let me understand then, you have done a traffic study?
No, we have not done a
Then
traffic.
you have not addressed the concerns.
But we wouldn't need to do the traffic study if we're just limiting the traffic in and out to 25 trucks. We will do that as part of the site plan if we're required to do a traffic study. But if we're just limiting it to 25 trucks in and out and they go directly to 516, I just don't see how that would pose a traffic risk.
Well, let me say this. I know that people come down Gwinnett towards 516 to go to work, because that's how they get to work, up on 516. So those early morning hours, I expect that there will be a traffic impact. And during the evening, there are times when they're avoiding Stiles and Gwinnett because of the arena traffic. So again, they're using 516. So that's why I was suggesting that a traffic study might be useful in order to understand what the true impact is on the community. That's just one issue.
Mm-hmm. I understand, and we're willing to do the traffic study if we're required to do that. But one of the property is, and this has been brought up before, it's already zoned industrial, and any industrial use is going to generate traffic. And what we've agreed to do is minimize that traffic to less than what's normally generated by an industrial use by limiting it to 25. But as I said, this property could be used as a freight terminal or as a warehouse or as manufacturing processing that's going to generate a lot more trucks than 25 a day. But one of the things I did want to stress also is the fact that we want the community to be productive and we want it safe. One of the conditions of our operation is that we keep the property secure, and we plan on having a security gate and making it safe. We want to make the community safe. We've met with the commissioner for the district initially in December, as well as the alderman for this district in December, and we had agreed that we would put in some type of participation agreement with the community where we make a commitment to contribute to the safety and productivity of the community. I was going to draft one, and I will draft one, but one of the things we will contribute are 50 jobs. This is a local operation. Mr. Madison is a local person, and he has a stake in this. He's going to be on the property managing it, and he proposes to employ 48 employees of salaries from $70,000 a year up, and he's going to offer those to the people in the community. So he wants to contribute to the community, because if the community is safe and productive, it's a win-win situation for both. And he's willing to put his operation on the line and say, if I don't do this, you can put me out of business, which I think is a fair proposition, because I think that he's tried to address all of the legitimate concerns to this operation, and I just think that you should at least give him a chance to carry through on his promises.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Melder?
you keep referring to 25 car limit. Is that the absolute limit you've agreed to
It was
on trucks?
50 maximum a day, 25 average a week. So it's 25 times 7 would be his limit per week, and it can't exceed 50 any particular day.
So I think we ought to be very clear and precise with that when we're talking about the truck cap that you've agreed to on this petition, because the difference between 25 a day and 50 max a day is exactly double.
I know, I understand, but I think that was spelled out in the MPC's operation, in the conditions, that the average would be 25 and it could not be exceed 50.
I understand that it's spelled out in the paperwork. I just think when we discuss it, especially with the community here, that we're clear about that.
Sorry, just
The
a note
other-
on that quickly, sir. We didn't put the trucks thing in the special conditions as listed here because we felt that would be an issue of enforcement, having somebody sit there and count the number of trucks coming in and out every day. If y'all do want to move in on that and add that as a special condition, you are free to. It is not currently on there, but they did send us the paperwork assuring us that it would be 25 average per day and then 50 max. But if y'all want to take any further action on a condition on that, you can recommend that.
Well, I think that, understanding that enforcement is the city's issue, that it can't be enforced unless it's agreed to. The other issue on lighting, what are your plans to address the lighting as part of the site plan to protect the surrounding neighborhood?
I can only answer part of that. The city has requirements for site lighting, and the light spillover is 0. Once it reaches the edge of the property, it goes to something like 3-foot candles or something like that. So the property can be lit, but we can't spill out into the neighborhood unless you direct us to design something that would.
Okay.
While I'm standing here too, I just wanted to answer Ms. Bowles' question about acoustics. This is the same type of fence that is going up right now at I-95 and 16. It has enough mass to block sound coming outward. It's not going to stop all of it. And then also mentioned the dust control. They've decided to pave the entire site where the work happens, and they also have a spray system that keeps everything laying down on the ground. So those items have been addressed.
Mr. Chairman.
Another issue of the special use permit is the height of stockpiles of processed and unprocessed material. Will there be stockpiles of materials on this site? And if so, what will be the height limit be is that we should set as the condition?
There can be stockpiles for sure. The height, given the location on the site, is this still up on the screen for them to see?
It is.
So on this, where the mouse is currently would be where material would be stored. Piles generally don't exceed 25, 30 feet tall, but at that height, with a wall that we've proposed to put all the way against the, I believe would be the southern border of the property, you would never see them.
So I think the issue here with the special use permit is that we're not asking for generalities like the truck traffic, is we're needing to cap a certain height. So what's the height cap that we need to write into the special use permit if it's approved? A question for staff, a question for the petitioner.
The height would be, I would say 35 feet. That's 30, I mean, if you need an actual footage, I can go measure this afternoon.
And then this is my final question, Mr. Chairman, for now, is for staff. Staff began the presentation saying that they believed that this parcel would be developed at some point as industrial. And I understand why some may feel like a petitioner who's wanting to go through a special use permit and make all of these conditions for the community may be the preferable way and the best way to protect the land use as it currently stands. But I'd like staff to address that comment. We have the community in the room, and to give at length an explanation of why MPC staff feels like this property will be developed in an industrial use, and why staff has made this recommendation in some ways based on what I'm assuming you fear could be on the parcel by right, if not through a special use permit.
Sure. So one thing that makes this a primary place for larger industrial operations is that the rail track runs right through the back of the property already. It's pretty well primed to have a lot more operation going on than it is. That runs out to the central rail line pretty quickly from there. And then also every other property around this area, all the other industrial properties have already been developed. This seems to be kind of the last piece. It's a good size, 12 acres. It would be strange if nobody were to develop it ever, to be honest. It is already zoned industrial, but that was sort of our reasoning behind thinking somebody would come in there. It is pretty well situated already to become a more heavy industrial use. And like you said, we feel that we have an applicant here who is willing to work with us, who is not able to do something by right, because if somebody does come in by right, there won't be any of this landscaping plans like the wall, the noise reduction stuff. So all of that stuff is just, we have an applicant who's willing to work with us and try to do something, that is the least harmful absolute possible to the community. But yes, sir. It is partially from the idea that somebody will come in here eventually and do something, and they will not be working with us or with you on how they can mitigate things for the community, and it will turn out like the recycling center that's already there on the next property over.
So thank you for that. Going back to the conditions here, there are 3 use conditions that as a part of this special use permit that are not complete or have not been addressed. And we talked about that. The height of the stockpiles needs to be confirmed and addressed in the special use permit. The lighting needs to be specified and addressed. The traffic impacts need to be specified and addressed and done so in the special use permit if that's what we're going for. I'll go back to my previous comment that the city can't enforce anything that isn't part of the special use permit to enforce.
Yes, sir. Would you like to suggest them having a traffic study done, is what you're saying, or?
I'm asking that if the agreement of this, if this passes, and if this gets to city council, well, it will get to city council. that if the agreement is that it's no more than an average of 25 trucks a day and a cap of 50 trucks per day, that is specified in the special use permit and then becomes part of the city's responsibility to enforce and part of the petitioner's responsibility to adhere to. Otherwise, they will not have a business.
Yes, sir. And y'all can add those conditions onto our existing conditions here when you make the vote here. If the, if the applicants are amenable, of course, but. And then you wanted, what was it exactly about lighting? Did you need a full-scale lighting plan, or what were you asking about?
We need to understand if there is anything to address, and the lighting is part of the condition of the recycling special use.
Okay.
We don't have a condition associated to it. We don't have any work done. So if we need to have something in the condition that addresses the lighting. If there's no lights planned to spill over the wall, then there's no lights planned, but we put that in a condition that there's no spillage.
Okay, and the lighting plan will be regulated by the city engineering once it gets to the site plan phase, but I mean, that, definitely doesn't prevent us from putting the lighting spillover thing into the recommendations here.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Jarrett?
I heard.
Can we say one more thing?
Yes.
I'd like to go back to address Mr. Melder's concern about the height of a pile. I want everybody to understand the point of the privacy fence, okay? Go ahead, Brian.
This is a diagram, if you guys have been to Historic District Board of Review, you've seen it. A car on the opposite side of the street going over the fence. The tower of the shredder is 40 feet. The yard is over here. You could have an unmanageable 40-foot high pile of debris and never see it. So I think, something in the range of 30, 35 feet would be reasonable because you would never see it from the neighborhood or the street.
Okay.
I would like to just clarify and just say 40 feet because the wall is designed for that.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
we're happy to,
That's,
simply by meeting city, I wanted to go back to the lighting. If we meet city ordinance, it can't spill over the site. If you want further security, just tell us what you want us to do.
okay. Thank you. Ms. Jarrett?
I heard a comment about right in, right out. Can you tell me how that's going to work?
I don't want to push buttons. I don't know what they do.
With the curb that will be going out of the plant, will head back toward 5, 6,
Speak to the microphone, sir.
out.
Speak in the microphone.
Speak in the microphone, please. You got people online that need to hear you as well.
It's only going to be, the curbing is only going to be constructed to allow right in, right out. So the trucks leaving the facility.
Tell me how the right in, right out is going to work. If you have one way coming east, I guess they're coming in eastbound and leaving westbound,
That's
how is that going to work?
If you can see my cursor, that's the inbound. So coming in from 516, trucks come in.
Isn't that left in?
Well, that is left.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
You're right, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
You a school teacher?
And, yeah. So,
Back in, come out here, and then right turn back.
the other concern I have is that we have a written condition for berm, and I saw no berm, and you mentioned no berm. What other conditions are we not going to adhere to?
I'm not, I did address the berm and said we'd rather not do it. However, we are willing to come back halfway in between if you'd like to. I'd rather have the trees.
Well, it's in the conditions right now, so
Yes,
I was
yes.
just wondering
And as far
why
as
it
I know,
wasn't being adhered to. Thank you.
yes.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Dwayne Stevens.
All right, I have
And
quite,
please, I'm sorry, y'all please state your name for the record. Okay, thank you. Commissioners.
Dwayne Stevens. I have quite a few concerns. While we're talking wall, what exactly did you say this core 10 material would appear as? The visual of
It's
it?
steel, and it rusts for a little while, and then it stops.
Okay.
And I thought that'd be a nice brown back tone for all those trees.
Gotcha. So I raised the concern at the last meeting about said wall being as tall as it is, being an open canvas for graffiti and such, to be a visual, I guess, nuisance in a sense for said community. Which brings me into my next point about the lighting. I understand that you guys are only required to have lighting and you can't have any spillover. However, if you're gonna have a, 16-foot wall? If you're gonna have a 16-foot wall, The only way anybody might not put graffiti on it is if it's lit. So I would like to, see what you guys are thinking in regards to that.
That is a very good point, and I hadn't thought about that. And so that material needs to change. Something like a precast concrete panel like is going up at 16 and 95 can be treated with materials to make it graffiti proof, but rusty metal is always going to be spray paintable.
Okay, so that's a part of it. Also considering the height, and we're talking sight lines, and I'm very familiar with the graphic that you showed as far as visibility. That graphic only indicates the visibility from a vehicle passing by of said stacks. So my concern there is the back park is heavily active. There's a lot of football that goes on back there, and we all, if you are a design professional as you are, I'm sure you know the further you back away, the better your visibility when things are stacked high. So that's my concern as far as saying, oh, you can't see it when you're passing by because the people in the park will see it.
Agreed, and they will see all the tops of the cranes and the top of that piece of machinery from the park and from the neighborhood, like the community center.
I think it'll be a different story for machinery versus stacks of unprocessed and or processed recycled material. So I just wanted to bring that up and just kind of make that point. Additionally, while I'm on that line of thinking, what is the height of the equipment? Because I think that will give us give the community a real good gauge of what 35 feet a 35-foot stack looks like. If that, I think it's the 3-tech shredder.
Yes, sir, that's 40 feet, the main column is 40 feet tall. And you get an idea there of the types of cranes, they would be sticking up higher. Oops.
Okay.
That shredder is 40 feet tall in its center column. And that's the only thing other than the cranes that should protrude above the fence.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I guess my couple of other points, and I'll try to keep them as brief as possible. What the overall length of this solid fence that we have, how long is that?
1,200 feet?
It was the entire length of the property.
Understood. Feet, inches, please. Feet.
I haven't measured it.
It's 2,000 feet.
Jim thinks it's approximately 2,000
So a
feet.
2,000-foot wall all the way down the side of the street. Okay. I'm asking for these points of clarification so that the community understands exactly what they may be seeing. And I think my last point for the moment, in regards to the amount of paving that it requires for you guys to have operate your site, that community deals with heavy flooding. There are some of those issues that are being resolved with the development of the arena, but we still don't know the capacity of the existing infrastructure between that point and the arena site to know exactly will this community be water burdened in the event of a heavy rain. I do see the detention ponds, understand that there may be a certain capacity, but are those ponds supposed to stay wet, or are they going to be dry and fill as the rain occurs? Just so we can understand how this water is being handled, since considering the lack of impervious surfaces.
You want me to answer that, or are you just making a statement?
Absolutely.
Okay, so the way the code works, as you're probably familiar, is we cannot charge the system any more than it is now. We are the low point in the neighborhood. I was there for the first neighborhood meeting. We couldn't get to it because there was so much water around the park, and I just drive a car. The neighborhood made it abundantly clear that this is one of the most important issues to them. And all I can say is we can work with city engineering to make sure we're not charging and perhaps use a higher rate of, they use a 100-year flood or 500-year flood or whatever their criteria is, and increase the ability or increase the amount of surcharge we're able to treat and retain. So we can make that part of a condition, but I'm not qualified to tell you what those numbers are because I'm just an architect, not a civil engineer.
I appreciate those clarifications.
That is a very valid point, and much of our last public meeting with the neighborhood was, that's clearly an issue.
Okay.
Mr.
And
Wellner? Oh, I'm sorry.
one more. And in regards to the berm that was mentioned in the conditions, I think the berm was originally proposed by this body as in combination of potentially the wall, to buffer wall and sound and visuals and all of that good stuff. So I think if it was accepted, that was accepted previously, and if this body sees fit to, finds the liberty to give you all an approval with conditions, I would highly encourage that berm resurfaces.
As I would rather have the trees than the berm, because if you look at some of the larger berms around town, they're not maintained. Marsh Harbor, Southbridge, et cetera, Ford Plantation, they look like.
He's going to maintain, or he's going to.
But certainly as somebody has already said, they're willing to do good by the community. You guys will maintain the berm right.
We'd be willing to split the difference or work out some, if you'd rather see that. I thought the trees looked nicer, and we went with a deciduous tree, evergreen tree mixed. I thought that was pretty from the streetscape. I'm happy to do the berm, but
No, I'm just
look at
saying,
other berms in town, they don't look so
I'm not
good.
necessarily opposed to berm. I'm just saying if the berm is the solution, I mean, you guys are saying you're already making the efforts to do what it takes for the community.
If the
I would
berm is
say
the solution,
maintenance.
we will just have to maintain it.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, Jay Melder.
Yes, Mr. Muller.
Going back to sticking with the fence berm issue, you've got a 16-foot fence planned. Have you discussed this with the city, and does current code allow that for airflow issues, or is it too high?
May I make a comment, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Melder, staff had a conversation about this whole fence issue, berm issue. Right now, the city code permits up to 8 feet for a solid fence. So the council, in deliberating on this, would have to approve anything taller than that. We also had a conversation about the berm, and a berm is really, berms look nice, but people have to realize that it's, from an engineering standpoint, it's a very important addition to an area, because it can create issues with stormwater management. So we think that if a berm is going to be considered, then that will have to be addressed during development with your engineering department to make sure it's consistent with their regulations. So if these gentlemen were coming in with a development plan and they showed us an 18-foot wall, we couldn't approve that. In this case, because this is going to council, that would be an approval by them for that additional height. But any combination of a berm and a wall that gets proposed, of course, all of this is still going to have to be reviewed and approved. But we do want the board to be aware that that's essentially a special approval for that additional wall height, and any berm is going to have to be approved by the city engineer.
Has MPC staff, is there a condition currently that MPC staff recommends around the berm or the wall, and how is that worded?
No, there's not. Right now, we've got the only condition related to either of those is the 8-foot wall that's in our report, and I think Never's going to pull that language up. That was our recommendation. The petitioners initially proposed this taller wall because they were trying to address, the visual
Sightline issues.
sight lines as well as noise and things. So that's where that recommendation came from initially, the 16-foot wall from the applicant. We can only approve an 8-foot wall, but of course the council in a special use can approve a larger wall. As it relates to the berm, frankly, we're not qualified to tell you what impacts a berm of that length will have from a stormwater standpoint. So that'll have to be addressed during the development phase.
Right. Thank you.
Mr. Noah?
Yes, my thoughts go along with many of my fellow commissioners, and I'm the one that brought it up in the last meeting about this berm. Graffiti, it's just one item. Fences look great when you put them up. 5 years later, they're either falling down, there's trees falling on, they degrade. A berm, in my opinion, gives that pleasant view when you're looking at shrubbery and not metal. I mentioned this to staff. I don't know if staff got with the petitioner, but on Bryan Woods Road, I believe it's Marsh Harbor, whatever's on Bryan Woods Road, there's a berm that goes 2,000 feet. You can't even see what's on the other side. I think you can see one fireplace chimney coming up. other concerns are there, but my biggest concern is this view of a wall, especially 16 feet, leaving a neighborhood.
Yeah, that was merely us trying to prevent the sight line and offering it. It certainly wasn't necessary unless council decided to.
Mr. Chair, Cedric Coleman, speaking on this issue of berm and wall, these notes clearly say that there's an 8-foot high fence and a berm within the 40-foot buffer. The way this discussion is going, it appears people think of the berm serving the purpose of blocking what a fence would do. And if we are trying to block that view with a berm, you're talking a very significantly high berm with a very big footprint. I don't think that you're really thinking about what that visually is going to look like to get a berm that high that's going to be that wide as well. It'll probably take up almost all the 40 foot just to get the berm in there.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, you're saying you're going to put an 8-foot high fence. So we need to really understand what we're discussing here. I think that visually the wall could work. I mean, a 16-foot high wall has to be engineered. I think that the issue of graffiti on a core 10 fence, you're not going to get graffiti to stay on that too hard. It's a rusted wall. So even if you spray paint it, it's going to come off easier than a concrete wall that gets spray painted. So I do think the wall is a bit much. So whatever combination we're talking about, the berm and the 8-foot fence, if you're talking about an 8-foot high berm with a 8-foot high wall, that equates to the 16-foot height and probably something a little bit more manageable. So with Mr. Melder speaking of being definitive, I think we need to define the definition of what that berm is also and just make that apart and understand that it's probably a combination of the two that needs to happen.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Bowles?
I just want to reiterate that we continue to have a discussion about view sheds and what people are looking at. And what people asked about is environmental impact. We still have not seen an environmental impact assessment. So we had a discussion about berms and what berms do and stormwater management in an area that continuously floods. This needs to be addressed. That's one of the environmental issues that I keep asking about.
I understand that, ma'am, but there are hundreds.
Still talking. And so what I need to understand is that you understand what the community is asking you for in terms of environmental impact assessment. You need to come in here and say, I've looked at the traffic study. I said that earlier. I think I said it in April. Mr. Melder just echoed what I had asked for. And so now it looks like we might have a traffic study. This is stuff that we talked about in April. We should not be talking about it again in August without having a solution for some of these issues.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Jarrett?
Okay, with all respect to the architects in the room, has an engineer looked at this? The engineer is needed for the drainage. The engineer would be needed to size the berm. The engineer would be able to tell you about the traffic.
Want me to answer?
Plus the environmental issues.
No, ma'am. In normal process, we would not engage the civil engineers to do all those things to meet the city's requirements without having the use permitted. The traffic study can be part of this commission's requirement for a special use. You just tell us to do the traffic study, we can do that. But
But if the neighborhood is concerned about the drainage as well, wouldn't it be worthwhile to talk with an engineer and find out if you have room on your facility for the detention?
We do, and the paving can even be changed to turn it into pervious. But that requires a calculation and a long process.
Did you want to add anything, Director Melanie Wilson?
But one of the things that I think that you all need to consider is whether the building code would support this. This kind of goes in that area of, from an industrial standpoint. Usually, even in industrial areas, the max height is 8 feet. In some cases, you might go to 10, but I've never professionally seen anything at 16 feet. So I think that asking the city to approve something at 16 feet when they're not even sure if it meets standards, and, there could be some liability and other issues with that, is problematic. The max height is normally per code, from the building code, is 8 feet. Under some circumstances, they'll let you go to 10, but the 10 is absolute max. And I think that is something, if you decide to move forward with this, you may include language that references the International Building Code, maybe 2018 edition, just to make sure that you're not sending something to the Board of Aldermen that they approve if they decide to approve it, or that they deny. Either way, that is going to create problems for them in the future.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr.
Mr. J. Melder, one final comment. And I think I just want to kind of acknowledge to the petitioner that we're talking about an issue that you're wanting to create and to protect the view shed for the community, but you're also running up against some stormwater and some engineering and some code issues as well by trying to accommodate the community. And I just want to point out that we understand the kind of rub that you're caught into. And maybe this speaks to the appropriateness of the special use permit or not for this application. But I want to acknowledge that, and I would, if this moves forward from the board, to make sure that the conditions, and certainly any condition that would have to pass council, would have to include a review by city engineering, by city development services, and by city stormwater to ensure that whatever berm, whatever wall, whatever solutions are put in place to protect view sheds are also not causing drainage issues or building safety issues for the facility as well.
Let me say this if I can. You've got a piece of property that's already zoned industrial. We had talked at the last meeting, not about the traffic study, but we were concerned about the number of trucks coming in and out, and we were asked to put a cap on that. And we have, which is, as was stated, 25 maximum on the average, and 50 per day maximum, rather. And as far as the drainage, we fully intend on having a drainage plan done that needs to be approved by the city, but normally that's done after the use is established and when we're in the site plan stage. So I'm kind of confused. We fully intend on complying with whatever codes the city has in place right now, and because we certainly can't do anything in violation of those, but and we fully intend on doing that. And as far as the traffic study, also, if that's what you want today, I think Mr. Melner was just indicated in his conditions that he was just wanted to concentrate on the number. But if what he said was a traffic study too, we're willing to do that. But we did provide an environmental assessment of the property. But again, if we're not operating within, one of the conditions was that we operate within all environmental laws and ordinances, and if we don't do that, we're out of business. But I don't know, I'm kind of confused because a lot of what is being asked for now is usually provided at the site plan level, and instead of at this point. We want to address the concerns of the public. The only concerns that we got at the community was the drainage issue because of the recent rains, and we had indicated that we have to have an approved drainage plan in order to open up our doors. And as far as the environmental issues, we didn't, other than a couple of people indicating they didn't know what was being generated by the business and they thought it would cause cancer, there was no substantive facts that were given as far as how this was going to be hazardous. But again, we want to provide as much as you want, but we fully intend on complying with all of the existing laws and ordinance, and if we don't, we can't open our doors. And because of that, I'm kind of, if we're sort of like backing into what we're supposed to be doing afterwards than today. But if that's what you want, we'll provide it.
Mr. Chairman, Cedric Coleman, I want a couple of points of clarification. I know the prior meeting, I made a comment about the fact that the traffic study relative to the specific site is really not going to provide much information. They've said 50 trucks. 50 trucks or 50 trucks. What my concern was how the overall improvements in that area are being handled on a more regional level, you know, and that was what I was hoping that the city would get involved in, because that's really what it's about. It's about where all this other traffic is coming in with the improvements to Gwinnett and all these others. It's going to generate traffic that comes through, and it's not the purview of this specific petitioner to resolve that, because it's impossible to look at their simple site and say it's going to go out beyond, you know, those 50 trucks. On the matter of the design of the wall and issues of the code, if you're not an architect, you don't know the code to that degree to say that something specific. Yeah, there are some prescriptive heights that are in the code that you can only go up, but once you get over a certain height of 10 feet, whatever, you can engineer whatever height if you can show the engineering is correct. So it's not that you have a specific height that the wall can be. If you can show that the engineering is correct, the wall can be higher than that. So there's a lot of engineering items that would happen later on that we can make sure they are done by the appropriate review bodies if we feel that the zoning use is appropriate. If we feel it's not, that's one thing, but we're trying to get into design issues that are well beyond what this board or the person standing in front of us can resolve, but you can make them resolve them as a part of the process. And I think that's the appropriate manner to do it if you decide to move this forward.
Thank you, sir. Any further questions from commissioners? Ms. Bowles?
I just wanted to make the comment that when we talk about a maximum of 50 trucks per day, that's a truck every 10 minutes. In an area that is already impacted by heavy, just to your point, Commissioner, what is the impact? Not just how many trucks are coming in and out, but what is the impact?
You say that's a truck every 10 minutes?
I had to look that up. I can't do that.
No, my mother's a mathematician. I happen to be a civil engineer in water.
Any further discussion on that? Okay. Mr. Irvin, do you have any questions? Joseph Irvin? And Tom, do they have a question? Commissioners? If not, I'm going to go to the public here. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you.
You'll have a chance to come back forward. Now I'm going to put it to the residents to come forward. I'm going to call your name out. When you come forward, you have 3 minutes each. And the first person I'm going to call is Edward Gresham. State your name for the record, sir, on the microphone.
Edward Gresham. I appreciate you guys for having me. We only have 3 minutes, so I'm going to get
Thanks for being here.
as quick as I can. I think this kind of boils down from a community standpoint to good faith in what people are presenting and what can actually be done and what can be stopped. The community definitely does not want this. They refuse to talk about the environmental impact. As you can see, conversations always go to walls and water, but the water produced here in one area will run to another area that will carry materials and carry other things. The air is being breathed in all the time. Other kids is playing football, elderly people living in the neighborhood. It needs to be talked about. Some kind of environmental impact study or some kind of environmental impact statement from somebody that does that type of work should be talked about, should be presented. There are a couple of other things that I think a traffic study, somebody to be able to speak to the specifics of what 50 trucks a day would do to that area would be needed for people to really understand what you're approving. Because once you get past certain stages, it starts to just get pushed through from what I've been able to see. There are a couple of other concerns. The people got up here and said that the community really didn't ask about the environmental impacts, really didn't talk about, that other than a couple of people that said something about cancer. That's just not true. It's disingenuous. I hate that that was stated. There were people at that meeting that are here today that know that that was a major part of the conversation, and that's been a major part of the request.
Any questions
Question.
for Mr. Gresham? Yes, Ms. Jarrett.
Mr. Gresham, are you aware that any other light industrial business could come in and develop without coming to?
So I had a question about that, right? What is the reason why they're having to come for a special use permit? What's the difference? So that the community can understand that. Why aren't they just buying it outright and doing it the way they said it could be done?
Sure. So the special use permit is required because just genuinely, it's as simple as that the ordinance says that a recycling facility has to be done as a special permit if it's in the light industrial district. If it's in a heavier industrial district, it could be done by right. This being a light industrial district, it's allowed with the use of approval situationally, by the commission, so they can look at it on a case-by-case basis. Sorry? Oh, okay. Anyway, sorry, does that answer the question?
It does. But recycling plants are recycling all kind of different things that are coming in there. Some of the other heavier industrial things may or may not be doing that, but the community also needs to understand, is there a possibility for rezoning and what their process is for that area? If they're trying to hold on to the last parcels of undeveloped land, they should really know about that process and how to get that done, so maybe that won't happen.
So this property could, of course, come towards you for rezoning if the owner so wished it. And that's really what it comes down to, is whoever owns that property, which is at this point Mr. Elliott, needs to want to rezone it to something else. If other people were to come in and to buy the property from him and they wanted to rezone it, it would still come back here to you, obviously, if they wanted to turn it into park or offices or whatever it is that would be, the community feels would be better in that space. But it is possible, just the owner has to want to do it, though, is how rezonings go.
Mr. Noah?
I have a question to answer or ask staff.
We need to be asking. We've done that.
Well, it pertains to what was just said.
Okay.
When was the IL zoning classification placed on this property?
That's probably a Marcus question. It was a while ago, right? It was like it was the original zoning.
The industrial zoning for this class was placed on the property when the zoning happened. There's a lot of industrial zoning out in that area. So it's been industrial for a very long time.
70s, 80s,
Probably
50s?
60s, probably 60s, 70s.
60s. And when was Carver Village established?
Oh, well before then. They're on the National Register right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Natrika?
Is this property not covered under new zone?
Yes, sir, it is. And I guess to maybe amplify Mr. Noah's point is that the new zone zoning is light industrial, but it was light industrial prior to new zone as well.
Interesting. Was there any look at changing it during that process?
I'd probably say not, Mr. Natrika, and we, evaluated every property essentially in the city when we did that, but more than likely, and I'm kind of basing what I'm telling you now on what I think we would have done at the time, because that's 10 years ago now, almost probably. The adjacent properties to this property are all industrial, so I don't think we would have zoned it to something more like residential or commercial or recommended that because of the impacts of the adjacent properties that abut this property, the rail access, et cetera. We feel like it is an industrial property.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Melder?
Thank you, Jay Melder. Sir, thank you for your comment and question, and I think it's something we discussed earlier with the petitioner, but I think it's very important that there are a list of uses that would have to obtain a special use permit and go before this body and before City Council. And I think it's really important for the community to be aware that there are uses that are industrial and would have impacts on the surrounding community that a property owner could do by right. It would never have to come through MPC, would never have to come through city council, would never have to go to a community meeting in order to do. So there's some thought that a property owner who's wanting to do a use that requires a special use permit, that's a better course of action because it allows the community, this body, the city council, to be able to produce some restrictions on that property and create some, and lessen the impacts of that use on the community. So just want to make folks aware of that. It's what, as a commissioner, I'm weighing in the vote here is whether or not the risk of something happening on this property by right that would have more of a detrimental impact on Carver Village versus this use.
And if I may, we have the list of uses in the staff report. I think it would be really important for the neighborhood to see what is currently allowed by right without having to come to get a special use permit. Some of those uses are pretty intense. Right now, you are at least in the position where you can, you're talking to the applicant and they're making some concessions. Of course, you are as well. But there are some uses where they're allowed by right. The only review that would occur is when they submitted a development plan, which is basically a site plan. And as part of that process, they would look at drainage and things of that nature. So several uses are allowed there. I would suggest that you look at it, and if any of you live in any other parts of the city, look at the table permitted contents for the property that you live on. It's a lot of stuff that you can do on those properties.
And I really appreciate that perspective. I think that one of the concerns, though, is that there's already started to be a variance from what is being required, what is being asked from this body by people who don't have the authority to move in a varying way, right? When you say, hey, we wanted to see plans for this and that, and then they come back and do something different. That's just, that's a little confusing. But I definitely understand exactly what you guys are saying. I would like for you to continue to push to hold them to exactly what you're asking to and get into some very specifics on what that ask is.
Sir, can I ask, Mr. Chairman, a follow-up question to that? Jay
Yes,
Melder.
Mr. Melder.
Are you in opposition to the special use permit being requested today, or here asking for these conditions to be placed on the special use permit?
I would like to see what happens after you guys really get down to exactly what you're asking and see what they come with. Given the understanding of exactly what you guys are saying, that something else could be developed there. But as it stands right now, yes, I'm against it.
Okay.
I would like to see some more information, like to see a traffic study, like to see some environmental impacts. I also understand that there are people saying that those things come at different stages. But for a community that is continually being ignored in some ways, they may want to see those things happen right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next I'm going to bring up, I hope this is right, is it Dean Patterson? Did I get your first name right?
No, sir.
Devin?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. State your name for the record, sir.
I'm Devin Patterson, a resident of Carver Village. Today, as we plan for the future, we must respect the past. I believe that's the motto of the commission. The major concern today is the new development of the recycling center that would negatively impact the neighborhood and the surrounding area. Building a scrap metal yard would significantly increase commercial traffic, pollution, emission, safety, and most importantly, the drainage system. Adding 25 to 50 trucks per day of commercial trucks will increase noise overall through the neighborhood. And it would actually shift. We're talking about trucks, but we got the buses come from back there too. That's gonna come up Gwinnett Street, going through the neighborhoods to get on the east side of Savannah and stuff. So that's a big impact too, versus people leaving town. So if you got trucks that coming off of 516, that's gonna be very important. Then the deterioration of the neighborhood asphalt. We already have issues in Carver Village based on the road, how the roads are deteriorating, and which is a major concern for the community. Well, that's gonna shift traffic around through the neighborhood, so the roads are going to start to deteriorate even faster now. As far as pollution emission, the commercial trucks will increase pollution with the diesel exhaust fumes. If the road is shut down, they shut down 516 like they're doing now, exit, they're gonna go through the neighborhood to get back where they need to get to, whether it's Tremont Road or wherever they need to go to get back to 16. Metal recycling will have toxins that can be absorbed into soil, water, air, and can be harmful or fatal to human, plants, and wildlife. Now, we're not talking about today, but a 20 to 30 to 40 to 50-year impact will be very different for my grandkids, my great-grandkids, and stuff of that nature. So we gotta look at that aspect too. Stuff like arsenic, lead, and like even chromium. And from the OSHA website, Metal Scrapping Safety and Health Hazards, I quote this: "Many of the metals found in the recycling do not pose any hazard to people handled for everyday use. Low levels of these metals are actually needed for human function. However, hazards exist when these metals are grounded, blasted, roasted, or melted down, and fumes or dust are produced and distributed into the air. Each of these metals may create health hazards to the employees and surrounding community with even minimum trace amounts of metals." And last but not least, finally, we will address the drainage issue. In Carver Village recently, we had a huge drainage problem that everyone's been talking about. We got the in-market arena at the far top of the neighborhood, and you got the new city lot at the rear of the neighborhood. Well, both of these, and then we got the new Gwinnett Street bypass. All these areas is built up with dirt. So everything pools back in and rush the water back in on us. So he's gonna have to, build his up anyway, but where's that water gonna go at the end of the day? It's gonna go back to our neighborhood. Carver Village wasn't a flood zone, but now, we're significantly underwater. So as of now, I will oppose this scrap metal yard because I believe this business will further the burden of our community and growth and development of our community as Carver Village. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Devin Patterson? Nope. Okay. Next is Jerome Irwin. Please state your name for the record, sir, and you have 3 minutes.
Jerome Irwin, resident of Carver Village for over 68 years. Been there, seen most of everything go on in Carver Village. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for holding this meeting this evening. But I'm gonna say right off the bat, I'm opposed to this company coming in. Number one, they're talking about the 50 truck minimum. We've got truck traffic coming up and down Gwinnett Street right now at an ungodly number of trucks. Number two, the emission from the trucks. And a lot of people like to deny it, but it's true. The emission from the trucks cause people in the neighborhood to have asthma. There's a lot of things that go on, but we have to, at some point, take a stand. This is supposed to be it is a historic neighborhood. Everything has been dumped on us from the beginning of the origin of Carver Village. They keep dumping stuff on Carver Village, dumping stuff on Carver Village. We can't even walk out our doors without smelling ungodly odors from a place up the street that nobody knows what they're smelling. We can't keep doing that. And they're talking about grinding the metal up and shipping it out. When you grind metal up, there's particles that's gonna fly in the air and it's gonna get airborne. We have to be particular about what we're doing. We have to think about our families. If we don't think about our families, then who's gonna think about it for us? So I am strictly against it, and I would ask that this council vote against it today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Irwin? Next is Angelia Rawls.
My name is Angelia Ross, and I just want to say thank you all for letting me speak. I've been in Carver Village for about 30-something years, and, you know, it's a historic area. And I mean, when we're moving so many other things in the area, it's taken away from it. And, you know, and I heard them say that they were going to hire so many people in that area, in their company, when it do come in. But the thing is, if the people in our community do not want to work for that company, then outside traffic is coming in also. So that's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. And see, I like Carver Village. I love it. I love it the way it is. It's quiet. It's peaceful. And I mean, since all this stuff came into our neighborhood, the traffic is really picking up. And I mean, you know, to have another industrial company to come in, it's going to really be a problem. So I thank you all for this opportunity, but I'm totally against it.
Thank you, Ms. Rawls. Any questions for Ms. Rawls? Next, I'm going to bring up Sheila Maxwell. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sheila Maxwell. One of the first concern I have is when the paper place caught on fire on Louisville Road, it burnt for 5 days. They've rerouted the traffic. You couldn't go down Louisville Road. You couldn't come up Louisville Road. You had to take Magazine Avenue, which was real busy with dust and cars and all that. It was a mess for 5 whole days. If they bring this here and a fire happen, that means it's gonna be even more where we can't go. The trains already hold us up where you can't get to work on time and you can't do this and do that. They have to look at the aspects of you burning stuff. That fire, nobody expected, but it happened. You gotta look at things like that. Another situation is with all these trucks, and you say 10 minutes for each minute, we have a lot of the elderly and disabled in Carver Village. There's a lot of ambulance and fire trucks and policemen have to come sometime to these people, and a lot of times they take the 16. When you got all these things going on and all these trucks trying to get off to go there, you pushing ambulance behind if they're in a rush to get to you. You're pushing the police behind. You know, you got to look at what it's doing to the neighborhood. Who is it going to cost? It's going to cost some people their lives because they're not going to be able to get to them in time. And we need to look at that. I mean, this may be good for them, but you got to look at people's health, their age, the community that you're doing this in. And I know for a fact, because we had a fire scare the other day with the pole, and it took the fire trucks forever to get there. So if you got trucks coming off the highway, a lot of them use 16. Well, you're gonna have to try to move them over where you can get there. You got these big trucks coming in, you can't move them big trucks. And then a lot of accidents happen when they trying to get through to people. I don't think it's a good thing. And another thing is the dust particles and stuff. They say they got it maintained and controlled. You can't control dust particles from blowing if you get a fire. There's no way you can maintain that. It's gonna blow. And that's not good. Then you have the school buses. Have they thought about that? It's bad enough with all going on in the schools and the kids can't get to school and stuff. But you don't have many bus drivers and stuff, so they picking up more routes to get the kids to school. Bus drivers come off of 16 coming to pick up kids who go to different schools and, you know, in them programs that they had to come specifically and pick them up. That's gonna slow them down. Then you got kids coming home. Parents gonna be worried about where their kids at, because you're gonna slow the buses down trying to get the kids back home. These are things that they need to think about. I understand it's a business and it's gonna make them money, but money is not everything. Sometimes you gotta look at what you're doing. Is it hurting or is it helping? And what they're doing right now is hurting. So that's my concern. Any questions?
Well, thank you for expressing your concerns to us. Any questions?
I have a question for staff with regard to the positions that she just raised. Is the proposal consistent with the comp plan for this particular neighborhood?
This particular neighborhood is designated by the comp plan to continue to be industrially used. So yes, ma'am.
Right, I understand that there are some sections in there about improving health across the city,
Yeah, I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
so it doesn't apply to Carver Village?
I don't believe that's like we said before, if somebody wants to rezone the property to be something that would be more beneficial to the community there, the owner of the property will have to do that. That's not something that we would do as a staff.
But, excuse me, anything that we do is based on public health, safety, and general welfare. So I want to make that very clear. The reason that we have the special use permit process is that there are some uses that require more scrutiny and review. And when we look at it, we look at the conditions that are part of the ordinance. You've got a little bit more leeway than we do. But our decisions are reviewed based on facts and what is recommended in the comp plan, as well as other things that pertain to the land. But everything that we do at the end of the day and decisions that you make are based on public health, safety, and general welfare. So there is reference to that in the ordinance. Unfortunately, there was a lot of industrial zoning that was placed on this community, in the 60s, and unfortunately, they've had to deal with it. But that is the purview, and that is what our purpose is.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay. Next, I'm going to ask, is it Theta Deloach? Did I say your first name right?
That's right.
Thank you, ma'am. Just state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Theta Deloach. I appreciate you having this meeting for us to voice our concerns today. Quite a few of them have been addressed, so I won't go down the laundry list that I had. But I do want to thank the member who just addressed the public health concerns concerning Carver Village, because that was paramount in my concern. And especially regarding special use permits. One of the things that we were worried about in the neighborhood is lead, poison, dust, and radiation that may possibly come from scrap metal retrieval. I can go back in time when Carver Village was used experimentally with the mosquito project. I don't know if a lot of you can remember it, but we do. I can remember as a child running around in the mosquito dust thinking that it was great fun. And later on finding out there were definitely health deficits that came from that venture. We don't want to repeat that history. That resulted in a lot of miscarriages in our neighborhood at that time. My mother had one. It also resulted in a lot of other health issues that people suffered from. A lot of people here that you see from our neighborhood, they have health issues. And I wanted to know, are you going to promise scientifically that we will not have further repercussions coming from an enterprise like this? Are we doing a better FDA study or environmental study or something of that nature? I haven't heard anything along those lines. I don't know. But rest assured that we are vigilant about our health. We're vigilant about our future. We're vigilant about our history. And years from now, 20, 30 years from now, I don't want to have to come back and address, God willing that I'm still here, that something went on in our neighborhood because nobody studied it or they just pushed it through. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Deloach? Okay. Next is Katrina Wheeler. Good afternoon to you, ma'am. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
I am Katrina Wheeler, an advocate and now a resident of Carver Village. I won't go down the laundry list of reasons why the community is opposing this proposition that is before you. What I do want to highlight and discuss is that there should be an implied duty of good faith for this community. This is a community that has already been burdened. We are talking about pre-war zoning laws in a community that was never meant for this industrial burden that it has caused. I understand that right now we have ordinance in place and this particular parcel could be used for other uses, but that's not what this fight is about right now. This fight is about the recycle center. So we don't want to distract or deteriorate what the argument is about right now. Right now, we have an opportunity to consider the citizens in that community. We need to consider the burden and the nuisance that is already being caused in Carver Village, and what will happen as a consequence for allowing this particular company to come in as a recycle center. The other thing I want to highlight, and I'm extremely disheartened and disappointed about, is that there has been a minimization of what the community has stated in front of the applicants here. When we sat in our last community meeting, we did not receive near as many answers as I have heard today. We were minimized, our concerns were minimized. They got frustrated at the community for voicing concerns that we had, and we did not receive answers during that meeting. We also were pacified by being offered hula hoops, footballs, and soccer balls as an opportunity to come together and give back to the community. Give back to the community who is addressing health issues with elderly and children that are in the community with already a drainage issue and other burdens. The only thing that was given to us was hula hoops, footballs, and soccer balls as a consideration. That is disheartening. That is not an implied duty of good faith on this operation. The fact that that community was addressed last and not first should also show that these participants or these applicants do not care about the community that they are invading right now. That is all that I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions for Mrs. Wheeler? And I want to welcome Chairman Ellis, Commissioner Ellis, who's on the phone.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm sorry that one other duty is taking me away from the city during this crucial time, but let me bring to your immediate remembrance to the commission, Mr. Chairman, and all those members. One of the duties and responsibilities you have is value to the community. That's stated in because of all of the pavement and the asphalt that has been poured, Carver Village flooded like it never flooded before on July 11th. Places that were not in a flood zone flooded. Let me also bring your attention to 2 weeks ago when there was a car accident on 516 right at 16, and the traffic had to be rerouted going west on 516. It had to be rerouted to I-16, which is the part of I-16 at William Street, and all of the trucks that are presently coming into Carver Village, all of them had to take that route. And so what we wound up having tractor trailers and other heavy-duty cars, dump trucks, and the rest coming down the middle of the village. Even if they say they're going to use 516 only, and 516 is William Street, if there's an accident on 516 and they have to be routed, the only way they can get into the village is from the front door, which brings them through the middle of the street. Thirdly, let me say this. The city of Savannah right now is in court with 6 different cases on an industrial place that was put there that nobody can find the permits and other things for, which puts out daily stench that covers the village. We have not been told in the last 3 months, except that those 6 cases are still in court. This is one that can wind up in court. Then let me remind you of the fire we had right in the back of Carver Village that lasts for 7 days. All of the smoke, all of the flames reached 100 feet in the air. The smoke reached even higher in the air. There is no barrier you can put up for that. When this lane that you're talking about is elevated higher, concrete is poured in there, asphalt is poured in there, what will happen is the water that normally sells there has to go somewhere and it's coming into our homes in the village. Your responsibility, MPC, is to look at the value it brings to the community, and if you look at the value stands at 0. We will not accept hula hoops. We will not accept basketball. We will not accept football uniforms. Those are no payoffs. Now, the other point I want to make to you today is the number of people who live in Carver Village are elderly people who are not looking for jobs. That means even more traffic with the workers who we will hire will bring more traffic into the neighborhood. Please, ma'am, please, sir, all of you who sit on the MPC, do the right thing. The city of Savannah was supposed to take care of the drainage issue before they built the arena, before they moved the elevation of West William Street to higher. That has not been done. Now we're coming along. There is no barrier. There's nothing that you can put up to stop the water. On their plans they showed us at our last meeting, they got 3 retention ponds. If those retention ponds add to the water coming from the retention pond and the canal that Carver Village is right now covered with, we're going to have 3 times as much water. And so some of us going to lose our houses to FEMA. And you know, when house flood and you buy it with FEMA property, you can never build on a house or on that property again. So again, we live here day by day. No matter what's put on us, we have to adapt to it. This is one thing that you all can stop from being put on us. And future use, if this is not granted, future use is another fight for another day for us. And we are preparing ourselves for that. We know that when we did the rezoning thing, a lot of the property here should have been rezoned, but it was ignored. It's time for those of us who are in government, those of us who are in decision making, to stop ignoring those of us who have to bear the burden hard decision. Again, let me say thank you for allowing me. I wish I could be in person, but I'm out of the city traveling, and I will be back sometime, but I am ready to, again, let me say to you, on 3 occasions we have met with the petitioner, and on 3 occasions he has heard us say, any other place that we gave him a list of places he could take this business, where he would have the railroad access and everything else he needs, but he has never looked into those places, all right? So therefore, that means that you want to put and press this on Carmel. And now the last thing I want to say is that he's trying to get the upper hand even on you, MPC. He has already started parking his trucks on property that doesn't belong to him, that belongs to another recycling place. Remember 3 weeks ago when the recycling place caught on fire, a massive fire that caught on, and the neighbors around the neighborhoods around there had to be quarantined inside their house, even had to turn off their air conditioning. Can you imagine folks in Carver Village who in their 70s and 80s having to turn off their air conditioning so that the environmental things that will impact this neighborhood will not impact their health? We are at a disadvantage now, but you can help us start to better our conditions as we work day to day to better our health and condition here in Carver Village. Thank you again, and I apologize again for not being there, but I'm and elsewhere in the state.
Thank you, Chairman Ellis. Any further questions? Anybody else wish to speak? Okay. Thank you all for coming forward. Now petitioner is welcome to come forward and have a rebuttal if you wish.
This should be short, but one of the things I wanted to point out about this
I'll allow you 10 minutes.
is that a railroad goes right through the property in the back. I doubt that it could be used for any purpose other than an industrial use. As far as properties that we've tried to find that are conducive to my client's use, he has looked probably about 5 or 6 months or more, I think probably.
I've been working on this for 7 years.
And he found this property. As far as us trying to get around going to the community, I think you all have in your package a letter I sent to Chester Ellis in December 29, where I indicate that I had contacted Bernetta Lanier and also the commissioner for this district and Marcus Lotson to meet at my office about 2 or 3 times about our initial plans. And in my letter to Chester Ellis, I indicated that, and I said, at the present time, my client has pending an application to the Metropolitan Planning Commission for the issuance of a special use permit for the proposed facility. To date, we've met with Savannah Alderwoman Bernetta Lanier and Marcus Lotson about the application. They both suggested that I wait until we get clear of Christmas before contacting you about this matter. So I was in no way trying to avoid coming to the community and presenting to them what I'm presenting to you today. That was always, of course, very instrumental to our pursuing an application. As far as the comments that I've heard about the additional trucks and the trucks traveling through Carver Village, if there was a freight terminal placed on this property, which would be a use that could be placed on as a matter of right, I can tell you that there would be trucks going right through the middle of Carver Village without any type of control. And there would be limitless number of trucks going into that truck terminal. So when you're looking at what we're willing to do versus what could possibly be placed there, there's a tremendous difference. And you have the chance of addressing those truck traffic and those other elements that go along with an industrial use today. You're going to, anytime you have an industrial use, you're going to have consequences to any close by residential community. There are industrial consequences with it, manufacturing plant which would be allowed there, a dry cleaning facility which could be placed on this property as a matter of right. All of those uses produce consequences that could be hazardous to your health. There are laws, though, that are now in place that can minimize any type of hazard. So in this particular case, my client's use of the property will be governed by environmental laws that he'll go through in just a second. But again, we've agreed to comply with those laws and minimize those risks that there won't be any type of hazard to public health. As far as what we were going to put into the community partnership agreement, we would be willing, as I indicated at the meeting, 2 meetings ago, my client would be willing to go to their community meetings and sit there on the board and observe if that's, and he's interested in preserving that area and making it safe and less of a crime district. He's also willing to give monies to promote those purposes. He's also willing to contribute to the sports programs. Yes, I did indicate that. But he wants to contribute to the community as a member of that community to make it productive. And I'm not going to talk anymore other than to defer to him and ask him to go through the environmental issues that have been raised.
All right. I'd like to take a second and just speak about the health concerns. There are literally thousands of these operations running all over this country and the world. There are hundreds of these operations in the U.S., and they operate in states with much stricter standards than the EPD laws of Georgia. So nothing that we have proposed to do is hazardous to anyone's health. I have been in the metal recycling industry for 20 years. I work 8 to 10 hours a day every day of the week, and I work intimately in the operation, and I am perfectly healthy. There's absolutely no health risk to what we do. As far as environmental standards, this machinery is manufactured to operate within the standards of any environmental regulation. So again, there's no reason why this is going to be an environmental hazard to anyone in the surrounding area whatsoever. As far as the drainage issues, I'm sorry that I'm being caught in the middle of the drainage issues. However, we can engineer the site to hold the stormwater on the site. So again, I just don't feel that we are a contributing factor to the drainage issues at Carver Village. Lastly, there seems to be a lot of concern about catastrophe. I understand when there's fires or accidents that people are inconvenienced and trucks get rerouted and stuff like that. None of us can control that. We want nothing more than to mitigate the risk of fire at our facility. There will be many controls put in place, including a fire truck at the facility. It's in our best interest to mitigate the risk of fire, as we intend to spend almost $20 million on the site. So we've got a significant investment that we need to protect as well. As far as the donations to the community, to say that we offered footballs and hula hoops is totally incorrect. The intention of the donations to the neighborhood association are for them to use the money for whatever they see fit. That was what the intention was. I'll be glad to be a part of the community meetings so that I can get a feel for what they want and what they need, and that was the intention of that. And that's about all I have to say, other than, again, at a minimum, this site will provide 42 jobs with an annual payroll beginning at $3 million per year. So I'd like to point out a few good points of this project. Jobs that at a minimum earn $70,000 a year in payroll. I think that's commendable. And I can substantiate these figures as I currently have payrolls that suggest that these numbers are extremely accurate. So that's all I have.
Anybody have any questions for petitioner? Not the audience. The audience is already final, ma'am. Sorry. Talking to the commissioners. Anybody online? Joe Irvin, anybody? Commissioner? Tom? Okay. Time for the board to take action. Yeah, put the recommendation back up.
I also, so I'll pull these up and also read back the points that Mr. Melder brought up on top of the current recommendation. The stockpile height of materials on the property shall not exceed 35 feet. There will be a maximum of 50 trucks per day with an average of 25 trucks per day entering the property. There will be no lighting spillover from the property, in addition to the ones here.
Everybody see that? Somebody like to make a motion?
Well, if nobody's going to make a motion, this is Cedric Coleman. I make a motion to deny staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay,
Mary Jarrett.
we'll go to a vote. Call out your name. So the motion is to deny staff recommendation, seconded by Ms. Karen Jarrett. Motion was put on the table by Mr. Coleman. Warren Bowles, how do you vote?
No.
Mr. Coleman?
I vote to deny the petitioners.
So it's yes.
So
Thank you, denied. Okay. Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Coles?
No.
Mr. Joseph Irvin? Yes. Ms. Karen Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. J. Melder?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Noah?
Yes.
Mr. Natrika?
Yes.
Mr. Dwayne Stevens?
Yes.
And Mr. Joseph Welch, yes. Did I miss anybody? I don't think so. Okay.
So just to clarify, sir, the motion.
Hold on. What did you say? I'm sorry, Tom. Sorry. Tom, how do you vote? And Mr. Urban, how do you vote? Okay. So the motion was put on the table by Mr. Coleman to deny staff's recommendation, seconded by Mrs. Karen Jarrett. And motion passes.
Sir.
Okay?
So just to clarify, the petition is recommended denial by the motion passing, just for everybody here. And this still has to go to the city council for final decision.
Correct. Yeah, so for those of you in the audience who may be a little confused, we as a commission, denial was passed to accept staff's recommendation to move forward with this project. This project now will go before city council. Okay, city council can approve it. All right, they can approve it with stipulations, or the city council can tell the petitioner things they'd like to have done to be able to have them approve it before they put it to a vote. But as far as the MPC, we have denied the petitioner's request to move forward with this project, and we have denied staff's recommendation to have this on the site. Okay? Everybody understand that? And we're here, as Commissioner Chairman Ellis has said, to do what's best for our community. You know, we are not politicians up here. We are volunteers to our society. This is what we do on our day off for you folks, for our community, to make Savannah and Chatham County a better place for everybody. Okay? Thank you so much for being here today. We appreciate your attendance. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Coles?
And I just want to state one thing, since I'm the sole dissenting vote on this motion. The reason why I dissented is because I'm concerned what could come down the pipeline for your community. Because what could be coming next could be worse than what this is.
Thank you. We're going to move to the next item. You can attend the city council, yes, ma'am. That date will be posted for you. Okay. Be a long day. This might be the storm they were talking about that was coming through here. I don't know.
Oh, we hit 2 hours on this one.
Next is going to be item number 9, so we can get moving. Map amendment under old business 5659 Ageechee Road.
Yes, sir. So I'll pull this up. Wait for everyone to file out. So this petition did come to you earlier this year. We recommended denial and made a few requests. We worked with the petitioner a little bit, and they have brought back the petition a little bit amended to meet some of our considerations. So if it sounds familiar. Sorry. So just to give you a place of where we are, this is a property on Ogeechee Road. This is the Berwick Plaza right here. That's the Kroger. And if you keep going up the road, you'll see Dean Forest over this way. This is a map of the property from overhead. There is currently a used auto sales shop on there. There's a small parking lot. The owner is petitioning to rezone this property. It is currently zoned AT in the front. Let me pull that zoning map. It is zoned AT in the front, which is agricultural tourism, and it is zoned RA in the back for residential and agriculture. As you are probably aware, a lot of Ogeechee Road has kind of been turning into industrial uses over the years. There is just a few lots up, some container storage that's like right on the road. The property immediately to the north of this one as well is that plant nursery, which is also zoned industrial. And then there's another car lot here, also industrial. We were concerned about adding more industrial things to Ogeechee Road, which is why we worked with the petitioner a little bit, and we ended up coming up with this. Let me pull this up here. So the petition here is for the back of the property to become IL, light industrial, and the front of the property to become BC now, which BC is business commercial, or community business, excuse me. And that's a little bit lower uses of commercial, like less intense uses in commercial than the regular B zoning that they came with the first time. So the kinds of things you would see in this zoning are usually smaller retail and restaurant establishments. So one of the other main concerns, of course, for this corridor here is the traffic. Ogeechee Road is a pretty terrible traffic problem. I live right here in Berwick area. I'm very aware of it. So in order to mitigate that, the idea here has been for the back area to probably be used as a truck terminal as it's planned now, but the idea would be that trucks would need to come in through here. The applicant will be creating this decel lane. They've already spoken to the county about, the county engineering office about that, and they seem to be on board with that. So this would be a right-in for the trucks coming up north on Ogeechee, and they would right out as well. This is going to add a little bit to the traffic. However, we feel that like there's a median here, of course, so the trucks are only going to be coming right in, right out. That would minimize the impact of adding this industrial zoning back here. The current zoning, by the way, like I said, AT and RA kind of allow for some minimal commercial uses, but that zoning kind of persists the entire way, here we go, up and down this area here. There's a bunch of AT and RA smattered around and then interrupted with some of the lower commercial zonings and industrial. So this does not fit the comprehensive plan. The future land use plan designates the front project to be commercial suburban, which would work in with what we're discussing here with BC, but it also designates the back part of the property to be suburban single family. However, like we said, the pattern of development on Ogeechee Road has not been following that. More and more folks are coming in to do industrial work on that property, or not this property, on this corridor. And this is, you know, a mitigated way to continue that with the existing pattern of development. Let's see here. The other thing, I wanted to, where's my, there we go. So like I said, BC, which they're suggesting for the front, is a low-intensity commercial zone. We find those a little more compatible with the uses on Ogeechee Road. If you have gone down there, there's some small commercial centers, some shops. There's a gas station on both sides. You know, once you go past that area, there's the CVS over there on the left. We feel these smaller commercial uses are, you know, more compatible with where Ogeechee Road has been going in recent years. So we are recommending approval of this proposed rezoning with the following conditions: that the applicant will create a proposed decel lane for the subject property, as they've shown there. The applicant will create a right-in, right-out only access, which again is, with the median there, is kind of the only way they could do that. The portions of the subject property that border the residential RA zoning districts require a 40-foot planted or preserved vegetative buffer, and a vegetative buffer will shield the IL portion of the property from view of the road. So that is an important thing for us because, like I said before, if you go a little bit to the north towards Dean Forest and you go around that curve, I'm sure if you've been up that way, you've seen a bunch of containers stacked up against the road there. It doesn't look very good. The idea here is that there will be a vegetative buffer 40 feet across the entire way, shielding the truck traffic and the truck lot from view of the road. So it shouldn't really be visible from there. So if y'all have any other questions for me, I can answer them.
Is petitioner here?
Yes.
If you'd like to come forward. And your name for the record, sir, and you have 20 minutes if need be.
Won't be that long. Commissioner, I'm Jason Ball. I'm with Ball Maritime Group, professional civil structural engineer, focusing on industrial development, representing Mr. Patel. As you see, our petition on the, our plan on the board, really the intent is to try to maintain the commercial piece in the front and help use that as a buffer so that we can use the back for just a truck terminal, which would be parking trucks. We figured we'd probably get around somewhere between 50 and 100 spaces back there, and the trucks will only be there overnight. It'll be a dispatch service, so in the morning they'll all get ready and they'll go over to the port and they'll work the port, and then they'll come back at the end of the night and it'll shut down at the end of the day when the gates are through at Garden City Terminal, Ocean Terminal, and that's pretty much it in a nutshell. We have the buffer requirement. We've met that, and that's pretty much it. So, any questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Melder.
Jay Melder. Did the petitioner meet with the residential community surrounding the property?
The petitioner actually did buy some of those properties from the local folks that are there.
Did you meet with the other residents, the petitioner?
Those are the only residents that are around the property.
So you're saying he bought out all the neighbors
No,
around
sir.
their
There's
houses?
there's two more pieces of property that are just to the south that are owned by Luke and Betty Jean. That person still owns the one that's just to the south, but just sold the one that's adjacent to us.
Just to answer, I think what you're asking, there is no neighborhood association for this area to organize and meet with. Of course, all the letters were sent out to everyone who owned property in a 300-foot radius. I've received no calls, no letters or anything about this.
There's a large residential, well, two large residential developments adjoining this property, correct?
No, sir.
No, maybe we need to go.
Am I looking at
Yeah,
the
go
next
back
one?
to, can you go back to the
Sure.
site map?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
So if we're
Hold
here,
on,
this
hold
is that little cut in the road where, so CVS is like over here. This is that little cut in the road that doesn't go anywhere yet. And this is the plant nursery right here, and these are some pretty large spaced out areas back here. So no, there are no neighborhoods right near here. The closest
Got
one
it.
would be the stuff behind the
I think
Kroger.
I think I'm looking at my notes on the next
Oh, okay.
Ogeechee Road
Sure.
application.
No
Thank you.
problem.
Sorry for the confusion.
Yeah, we've gotten
Appreciate your
confused
answer.
too.
Mr. Dwayne Stevens?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dwayne Stevens. Mr. Melder, to your point, there are quite a few communities in close proximity. They're not immediately adjacent, but they are in close proximity. And even to that apron across the street, there, I've just recently drove through there. There's a big clearing now for some development that has already been approved. And I believe that is going to be apartments. But the path in which is heavily traveled, where this property sits, is very heavily traveled by multiple residential developments down Cottonville, with addition to like 2 or 3 that are currently under construction. So just wanted to throw that out there because I went once we looked at this.
Thank you, Mr. Noah.
He pretty well, I was going to state that didn't we not, this is for staff, did we not approve a multifamily development directly across from that this year?
Yes, sir, you did.
Okay.
And I take it these are 18-wheelers?
Yes, sir, it'd be tractor trailers.
Is there an hour of operation?
It'd match up with whatever the Port Authority is.
Well, that's 24 hours, my friend,
No, it's not, sir. It's 8 to 5, and then there's some gate hours on Saturday.
for 18-wheeler coming in.
Right, but they leave in the morning, and then they work between the Garden City Terminal, Ocean Terminal, and the distribution
Okay.
centers and back, so they're not going in and out of the facility except for one time in the morning and coming at the end of the day.
Ms. Jarrett?
I had a question about, I'm Karen Jarrett. I had a question about the vegetative buffer. It looks like the vegetative buffer in between the commercial area and the truck area is a power line easement.
Yes, ma'am.
Will you be able to put vegetation in there outside of grass?
Yes, ma'am. You can put vegetation in that area, use it for a buffer in between
How
those two
high?
pieces. Well, it's not, well, it'll be able to meet the buffer standards for what the county has for their landscape ordinance.
Okay, it looks pretty clear what I see here. Is the power company going to come in and cut it back down so they can access their power line?
Well, it's a transmission line, so it's a super high line. It's about 70 feet to the bottom of the lowest hanging line.
Okay, and you're certain that the power company is going to allow you to plant that area?
They have trees right now that are about 30 feet tall that are under that right now. We've actually had to clear out some of that area to help with the drainage.
All right.
There are trees out there. They're pretty sparsely spaced out, but there are trees that are, like, some of them get fairly tall. They definitely don't create a buffer as it is right now, though.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Noah?
I just want to reiterate what Ms. Jarrett said. I just developed some land in a power line easement, and they have the right to remove that at any time for access.
To the power line? Any further questions, petitioner?
Yes, for staff, can you list again the conditions in your application or show them on the screen?
Sure. See, we'll create the proposed decel lane for the subject property, create the right-in, right-out only access. Portions of the subject property that border the residential RA zoning districts require a 40-foot planted or preserved vegetative buffer. That's actually part of the ordinance. It didn't really need to be a special condition, but we wanted to restate it here and make sure that it's understood. And a vegetative buffer will shield the IL portion of the property from view of the road.
And if there is an issue with the power company, will we move that vegetative buffer so that we do have a vegetative buffer?
Ms. Jarrett, and over the years, I can remember a few occasions when Georgia Power has flexed their muscles, so to speak, and removed things that were required. What usually happens is if it's in the city or the city or county engineering department will work with the applicant to replace what's taken out, obviously not in the same location, but to mitigate that loss of, should it be trees, for example, elsewhere on the site.
Not my experience.
But we don't have we unfortunately don't have a lot of control when it comes to what Georgia Power can do with tree
But
removal.
we do have control of where the buffer is, correct?
Yes, we do.
So we could push that buffer right now?
Yes.
Okay. I would prefer doing that.
Chairman.
Yes, Mr. State your name for the record, please. Mr. Noah?
Mr. Noah, I just have, we've heard a lot today. We have or have not heard from neighboring properties.
For this one, I've not heard from anybody nearby.
Thank you.
Any further questions for staff or petitioner? Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody in the audience? I've got a Cheryl Sanderlin. Is she online? She is online. Ms. Sanderlin, are you there?
We own the property next door, which is Sanderlin's Automotive. We have a couple of concerns. As mentioned earlier, the land use element for this property was commercial suburban in the front and suburban single family in the back. On the petition, it has petitioner indicated that heavy commercial use is incompatible. Now, we know that the pattern of growth in this area is changing. However, does that not always make it acceptable? They indicated it would create traffic, noise, light, etc., and impact the livability that's inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. A truck terminal on the back of this property definitely would be that way. In general, it's just not consistent. To access this property, if you'll pull up a map of the road, and hopefully you have one that will show a little bit more all the way to Cottonville Road. To access this property heading southbound, to access property heading southbound, to get to it, you're gonna have a U-turn in front at the Cottonville Road, which has a CVS, a Walgreens, and one of the Kroger's exits. So you're gonna have a huge amount of traffic right there, U-turning. That hasn't even been mentioned so far. Then, once they U-turn and come back to the property to the decel lane, there is a new gas station there, and they're just gonna be passing that gas station where people have to turn right out into the traffic as these trucks are trying to get over into the decel lane to access this property. So that hasn't been mentioned at all. So right in that small area between Cottonville and you would access this property, you're gonna have the new gas station traffic coming out, as well as the decel lane coming in with tractor trailers. This would be a tremendous issue, and even our customers, it's already hard when traffic at 8 o'clock in the morning is trying to turn right into our property. To get off of the lane with cars zooming by at 8 o'clock in the morning, it is bumper to bumper out here. All the way up to at least 10 o'clock, traffic is extremely heavy. So you're gonna add to it these trucks trying to get in the decel lane right there to turn or come out of that side into this heavy traffic. Directly across that, add to it, any traffic that comes that way needs to go back into the southwest and have to U-turn when they right turn out of this property. There's two places to U-turn, as you can see right there. One of them is across from the site to the right. They will have a U-turn there, which is not really a good place to U-turn. Or they're gonna have to go down all the way to what used to be called the Soto truck stop, where Derrick Inn Road is, and U-turn there. Where that becomes an issue is you've already got a truck parking lot there, as well as a used car pull-up lot across the street. So you're gonna increase by possibly a third of the U-turning capacity. It does not have traffic lights, it's just, even to exit in the evenings for us, we have to go down there, wait sometimes as long as 5 to 8 minutes to U-turn. So every way you turn, whether you're coming to the site or leaving the site, there's a possibility you would have to make that U-turn. In addition, the little area where you saw the cutout where it looked like woods across the street, in the last 3 weeks, every bit of that property has been cleared straight across, has been cleared for a 252-unit apartment complex. So as these trucks are turning back going, you're gonna have that traffic issue there also.
Thank you, ma'am.
And no one has contacted us whatsoever. We know that something's gonna be built solution for this already, given we've got every neighborhood in Cotton Village, I think it's 5 neighborhoods, and they're currently building townhomes there that turn right out onto this property or left, and these trucks are gonna be U-turning in their path. I U-turn there to come back to our business probably 3 to 4 times a day, and people coming out of Cottonville already do not adhere to me being at the middle of the road U-turning. I can't imagine when tractor trailers are doing this. So, and then on top of that, we mentioned the power line easement, and the trees that's not a very thick tree line. And just recently, I would say in the last year and a half, the power line has come down through there, took part of the nursery's trees, and part of the trees that were there because they were already blocking power line access. You cannot plant vegetation in that area whatsoever.
Thank you, ma'am. Your 3 minutes is up. I appreciate you. Does anybody have any questions for Mrs. Sanderlin? Thank you very much. Next is Diane Brannon. If you'd state your name for the record, you have 3 minutes, Ms. Brannon. Ms. Brannon, please unmute your microphone.
My name is Diane Brandon. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I do want to go on record. I hear trucks at 3 a.m. in the morning, tractor trailers coming and going at all hours from the port. You are right. The port is 24/7. I don't think trucks, heavy equipment is compatible any longer if you want to encourage residential applications anywhere within a 2 or 3 mile radius of this. And I'm sorry, that horse has already left the barn. You've already got residential everywhere in sight. And I wish the city of Savannah, Chatham County, honest to God, put a moratorium on trucking terminals and take a really hard look at this, because they are negatively impacting quality of life. The west side is the dumping ground for this. And I agree with some of the commissioners I've heard in months past, there's a place for that, but it should not be on the Ogeechee corridor. And it's happening, and it needs to be curtailed right now. I don't think it's a great application. And I'm telling you, 3 a.m., 2 a.m., I hear them at all hours. So don't tell me that the hours are limited for trucking, because it is not. Okay, the only way you can limit that is if you lock a gate. And I don't think truckers go by that rule, not that I'm aware of anyway. So thank you for your time. That's all I've got to say. Not at all in favor of trucking terminals in any way, shape, or form. We're already being overrun with apartments out here. So that's going to be the next thing you have to very carefully weigh. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from any commissioner for Ms. Brannon?
Not at this time.
No. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Brannon.
Thank you.
Anybody else on the computer? That's it. Okay. The petitioner is welcome to come back forward. You've got a rebuttal if you wish for 10 minutes.
Yes, sir. Not really a rebuttal, just some clarification. Jason Ball again with Ball Maritime Group. This is again, it's a truck terminal. It's not a container stacking yard. There'll be no marshaling. There'll be no logistics moving out of here. This will be a parking spot for the trucks overnight. All of the traffic that we're talking about, especially the traffic at 3 a.m. happens between different distribution centers, and that is not part of this traffic pattern. This will be more for a truck terminal and a drayage operation. So that's actually an inaccurate description of that. As far as the traffic goes, that's why I came here today as the engineer, to make sure that you guys can understand the traffic pattern. The reason why it's a right in, right out is because a tractor trailer cannot do a U-turn in those intersections. It does not have a turning radius to do that. It would crush cars if it did that. It would cause a serious traffic incident. The traffic pattern has to be looked at, and that's what the right in, right out does. So basically, when the trucks are leaving the terminal itself in the morning, when they go to marshal up and go to the first distribution center, they would move out and they would go down Chatham Parkway, or they would take a right and they would go to the new development that is off of Veterans Parkway. So if you know that that is a big development that's coming, it's going to need trucks to operate, and they need to be close by, or it won't make sense and support all the other jobs. So that's one of the motivations. And at the end of the day, when they're done, they just circle back through and they come back through the right end. So that's the actual traffic pattern, and that's the way it would be. But that would not be the primary use of this facility every day. The petitioner has commercial use up front right now, and has tenants and is moving people in right now to those buildings that exist to use that. And there are cars that are coming in to 2 curb cuts right now. Those two curb cuts with the future use curb cut will be combined into 1 curb cut, reducing that impact to the traffic so they can flow better. And that is the overall intent of the entire use of that piece of property.
What businesses are going to be in front?
Mr. Patel, would you like to talk about your businesses?
Hello, my name is Rashmikant Patel. At this moment, it's always been a used car dealership there for last 30 years. So I'm operating a used car dealership right now up in the front. And next lot, we have a standing building there as a warehouse, as a storage building, and we're gonna doing the remodeling on that building up in the front as maybe a small store or that nature.
Okay. Mr. Dwayne Stevens?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dwayne Stevens. I just want to, based off of the points raised by the engineer, say your name again, please, sir. So I can-
Jason Ball with
All right,
Ball
thank you.
Maritime Group.
You said Ball?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Ball, I just want to make clarification that you said with the right in, right out scenario, exactly how are we planning for these trucks to get to the site? Because I'm very familiar with the area. If they're going right out and the location that they're going to is out to the right, exactly how are they looping around the city to approach to make a right in?
They would come back through Dean Forest Road.
If they came back through Dean Forest Road, they would still need to make a left.
Well,
So they would have to make a U-turn.
No, they come down Dean Forest Road, they take a left, and then they come down to our facility and they take a right.
Nah, that doesn't work like that. Because if you, down 17, down Ogeechee, if you go to Dean Forest Road and you make a left, in order to get back to your facility, you have to make a,
Dean Forest is up here.
yes, you'll make a right
they're-
off of Dean
No,
Forest
they're
Road.
coming from the port. They're not coming from that direction. The way the trucking works is they'll go to the DC, they'll pick up a container on a chassis. If it's always easier, it's going to be on a chassis. So usually they leave a bobtail.
Okay.
They would go over, they'd pick up a chassis, they'd take that as an export to the Port Authority, right? And then they would drop it off, and then when they come back, they would circle around and come back to the DC.
Okay.
And they would make those routes all day long, 4 trips of that. And then at the end of the day, wherever they are in the city, they come back through, and they come back and they turn right into our facility.
So they would be coming back to the site from 95?
Yeah, but it
Because
would
that's
just
the
be
only thing
But it
that's
would just be a
beyond.
bobtail.
Or Abercorn.
Yeah, it would just be a bobtail, though. It wouldn't be like you wouldn't have a chassis on the end of it.
There's no trailer attached, is what you're saying?
I can't say there wouldn't be a trailer attached to it. There may be like 1 or 2 trailers, but we don't know what the split is because you can't predict what that dispatch company is doing.
And that's my concern, because again, to the point of the
Makes it a
U-turn
bigger map than
and
the
being
city.
familiar with that area, all of the primary thoroughfares is to the east of that entrance and on the only way you can approach to make a right-hand turn is to be coming from 95. Or you will have to make a U-turn at Cottonville.
307 comes all the way down.
Correct.
Okay, there it
Yeah,
is.
right there. And then they take a left and they come down.
Well, the property's
Oh,
down
I'm
here.
sorry. They'd come down. It'd be 95.
Yeah, 95 is over in this
And
direction.
that's what I'm just trying to get you to be
204
clear.
here.
Yeah.
Right, that's what I'm trying.
But really, they would be coming from, they could be coming from Veterans Parkway.
Okay.
Which would be this direction.
And that's my point.
And then they would come into our site and they would take a right.
And that's-
If they didn't do that, they would be 95. I'm sorry, I was thinking we were on, we've got a few projects.
Thank you. And
down
that's the
this way.
clarification that I was looking for,
Yeah.
because I was just logistically, I wanted to make sure that we understood how these these trucks are going to be accessing the site to achieve said proposed route, right in, right out.
Right.
And I guess also to your point, just want to be clear, you said hours of operations would be consistent with the ports. There's a concern there slightly because of if they're knocking off at 5 o'clock, so is all the rest of the families that's coming back to those houses, they're amongst the traffic.
Right.
So that's my concern there, and I'll leave it there.
One other thing I want to point out, nobody knows what route they're going to take.
Correct.
Let's just be honest. You're going around the world, 95, and the fuel costs for diesel, I'm just putting it all out there, in today's real world. You know, I know all about the ports, but you've got, you know, Highway 21, come over Dean Forest, cross over 80, come up Dean Forest to 17. It's a quicker route than taking 95 coming all the way back. So we really, really don't know what route they're going to take to get back there.
Right.
And you really don't know if they're going to have a trailer attached to the cab or not. So all these things are just, you know, predictions. We don't know.
Chairman.
I would like to, you know, is this facility designed? You say it could have 100 parking spots, correct? That's what you
So
said earlier?
we haven't done the site design phase of it yet, but once we design that, we're gonna have to take into consideration all of those types of things, like the drainage, for instance. We have a small piece on there, but we just assumed it's 10% right now based on what we're planning to do. But once we get all of that figured out, then we'll lay it out. But just based on a normal size facility, you know, yeah, it could be up to 100 trucks.
Go back to the site, the aerial site of that property. I mean, an 18-wheeler rig attached to the cab takes a good portion of land use as well.
Right.
So, you know, those are things that's concerning too. And I'm just going to be honest. I don't want to Geechee Road to turn into Jimmy Lodge Parkway either, because there's a lot of development for residential. Mr. Wayne Noah.
We're talking about what ifs, and, you know, the U-turn at Cottonville, that can be governed by adjusting a light and giving tractor trailers more time to turn and all that. But what we do know is there's a decel lane not very far from a right out from a new development, just a couple or two properties down. And I think we have a bigger concern there than I do how many trucks and how they're going to get out. They'll find a way. I mean, go to the port, you'll see it. They'll find a way to do it. But I don't know if we were to approve this, if it would go before the county traffic or engineering for traffic to decide whether or not that would even require a decel lane. I mean, I know that's what they're offering, but I think we need to be spot on with what we know is going to happen and not some what ifs.
Correct. We did provide that to the county. The county reviewed it, and county engineers looked at it and initially has concurred with it, but we still have to go through the site design process, which is the next level. This is more for the use.
Ms. Jarrett?
Karen Jarrett, what does our comp plan call for here?
So the front of the property is called for differently, but the front of the property calls for commercial suburban. The back calls for single-family residential. This area is not really conducive to single-family residential anymore.
But doesn't really make it conducive for industrial either, does it?
No, ma'am, not necessarily.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Coleman, did you have a question?
No, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw mine.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else have a question for petitioner or staff?
This is for staff.
Mr. Natriga, state your name, please.
Yeah, just Jeff Natriga. We recently approved a multifamily project right near this a couple of meetings ago, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
Does the traffic study take into account as far as we're going to have a huge mix of new traffic coming in between the multifamily and adding this in, what we're going to end up with when we're done?
So, Mr. Natriga, members of the board, anytime a traffic impact analysis is done, projects that are on the books are considered as part of what the potential impacts, could be. But usually what you're getting is the trip generation for the use that's proposed, that the study is about, and then whatever improvements might be needed to mitigate the impacts of those trips. So that's where we got into like the decel lane conversation with this applicant's site. But overall, it's no question that the Ogeechee Road corridor is the growth area, both for the multifamily sector, the industrial sector, because of the availability of large parcels. And those large parcels are more available in West Chatham than they are in the rest of the county right now. So realizing what the traffic situation is just by visualizing it on Highway 17, the uses that are coming in are going to create more volume. And right now we're talking about a 4-lane divided highway essentially. There's not a lot more that you can do to deal with that capacity that's a short-term fix. So we have to evaluate these as they come in to try to determine whether or not, is this project going to impact traffic to the extent that it will become significantly worse. Yes, every new use is going to bring more trips, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you just say, well, we won't just build anything else on Highway 17. It's a bigger problem than we can ever deal with on an individual petition. Just like we were speaking about the last petition and the industrial uses in Carver Village, for example. But the problem is there in terms of volume on that street, on that highway. And any individual project isn't necessarily going to push it over, but it will add to the issue.
And do we think these can coexist?
The use types?
Yes.
In my opinion, yes. I think the smaller scale, which I consider this, industrial uses and heavy commercial can coexist in areas that are, and I would say this area is not technically a residential area. This is a corridor, so it gets used by lots of types of commuter traffic. So, the side streets here where you have lots of residents, like in the Berwick community, along Cottonville Road, along Derrickin Road, there's lots of new subdivisions that have been built, there. But they all use Highway 17. So I think those types of uses can coexist from a traffic standpoint. They can use the same types of roads. These are not heavy industrial uses, which I look at differently from that standpoint in terms of compatibility. But I think you look at cities all around the country, there are places that have mixes of uses in terms of traffic types that it coexist.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for staff or petitioner? Thank you very much. So I will look for a motion.
Karen Jarrett, move to deny the application.
Joe second.
Who was the second, sir?
Joe Urban second, the motion to deny. I'll take a vote. Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Yes for denial.
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
No.
Mr. Coles?
No.
Mr. Irvin?
Yes.
Ms. Karen Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. J. Melder?
No.
Mr. Wayne Noah?
No.
Mr. Jeff Natrika?
Yes.
Mr. Dwayne Stevens?
Yes.
And Mr. Tom Woodworthy? I can't hear you.
No.
And Mr. Joe Welch? Yes. What's that total you have? 6 to 5, 6 have it denied. Motion passes.
Okay. Thank you,
Okay.
sir. And that'll go to the county commission next.
That, and to let you know, sir, that will go now before Chatham County for them to decide whether or not to pass it or not for you, okay? But here at MPC, again, we have denied the staff's recommendation, and we denied having this put on the site. It's up to the county now, okay? Thank you.
Chairman,
Yes.
staff recommended with conditions, am I correct?
Yes.
So what was just stated, we went against staff's
Well,
recommendation.
that was the motion.
That's not, okay.
Do what? Yeah, we made a motion to deny application. Okay? You got something to add, Mr. Coleman?
Not to add to that, Mr. Chairman, but I wanted to remind you that I'll be recusing myself on the
The
next
next.
petition, so I'll be leaving the dais.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. All right, we'll go and get started on the next one.
Okay, next one. Item 10, map amendment, 1712 Ageechee Road.
Yes. So this is a little bit farther up Geechee Road. So if you're heading up north from Ogeechee Road and you pass the Victory Drive intersection and go up a little bit further, that's what we're looking at here. Let's see here. So there's a pretty large church right here. We can get a little bit closer look at the property here. So this property is this area right here. There's a little glitch in the tax map, but it looks like this. So there's currently a building sitting on here. Don't believe it's being used for anything. But the owner would like to rezone this property. So currently, it is zoned for TR1, which is for a variety of housing types, single, duplex, things like that. Those are generally found in the, neighborhoods like this. In fact, this whole area here is zoned TR1. It stretches around pretty far. The applicant is asking to rezone it to TC1, which is, a couple more smaller commercial uses would be allowed there. Let's see here. Scroll down here. So in the, and let me also say quickly, I'll get to this, but we are also recommending, in addition to, we're recommending denial, but also the alternative zoning district of TN1, which might be amenable to the applicant and more compatible with the surrounding area. But the reason I point that out is we have a use table here. So TC1 allows for all the same things as TR1 essentially, but adds on a few other things such as, multifamily, a townhouse, different kinds of housing like that, and then some smaller office/institutional kind of uses. Not that the property's that huge, to be honest. It's probably not going to be able to take advantage of most of these uses, of these more commercial uses. Let's see. So, like I said, we are, let me find this part here. So the current comprehensive plan does conform with that zoning. The TR, and like I said, the TR1 and TC1 districts are not super dissimilar. However, the TC1 basically allows for some more stuff in there. But like I said, this would be kind of akin to spot zoning, to be honest. This is a TR1 area. It stretches out several blocks in either direction. So the proposed TC1 category includes non-residential uses that are compatible with the residential character of the neighborhoods. The development pattern of the district is primarily residential. There's a mixture of single-family residences, duplexes, and apartments. Like I mentioned, pretty much this whole area, the only thing that's not residential here is this church right there. And then there's some parks scattered around, of course, but this is a very residential area. Staff finds that the subject property would be more appropriately developed under traditional neighborhood 1, TN1. That allows a balanced mixed use of residential and light commercial uses, which would allow a museum, art or photo studio, gallery, smaller retail. Again, something like a museum isn't going to happen here, likely because of the size of the property. It's quite small. So regardless, staff is recommending denial of the request as submitted, but also submitting to the commission if they would like to consider an alternative TN1 zoning for the applicant.
Is the petitioner here?
Yes.
You'd like to come forward, sir, and state your name for the record. And you have 20 minutes if need be.
Good afternoon. Richmond Ferguson was chairman, members of the board. I initially submitted the TC1 from TR1. I'm anticipating on putting an African American cultural and art center. And since then, I went to the World Games in Birmingham, and one of the things that I propose to bring to the community is the drone soccer program. Now, you can look on YouTube and get an idea. Why I chose TC1 is that it allowed for an in-house sports facility, which means if I can show you on, sorry I don't have it on the disc, I've got it in letter form.
Pass that around.
Yeah. This is a drone soccer program which enhances STEM program. It allows the participants generally from 13 to 16 or 18 to develop their skills. Now, this is a very intense program where the students, they have to build the drone. Even if you're an aircraft pilot, you can't fly these drones. You have to be taught. And what it does in that small 10 by 20 by 12 facility or cage, it allowed them to build a drone. They have to make it mechanically work, and when it's when they play the game, it's very intense. So the drone is damaged. They have to have a team of 10, and they develop skills as far as making the drone work. And right now, I'm working out of Atlanta with the Stonecrest Fest, and I went there on their behalf as an executive member, and I was very surprised at how the parents there, they were very happy with the program because a couple of the kids are about ready to drop out of school, but once they got into this program, they really improved. In addition, Auburn University is the only university in the Southern Hemisphere that owns aircraft. And they own, I think, 21, but they're in control of like 95. So the kids can go to that program, to Auburn. Auburn is very interested. And not only that, when they become 16, they'll get what they call a 107, Part 107 FAA license, which then they become commercial. They can fly it. They can do photography. And as I say, get the license. Now, the field gives them an opportunity in the aeronautical field to become mechanics. They can become air traffic controllers. And importantly, hopefully, they can become aircraft pilots. So it's a very good program. It's educational. This goes through the Board of Ed primarily. And, I'm happy about the program. As far as Kyle Brownsville, the African-American male, which I'm very concerned with, and my proposal said that I would like to attempt to reduce the incarceration and the conflict amongst the youth. I've been dealing with youth for quite a while, and I'm quite sure we can make this work. Maybe I didn't get my point across to staff on this because it was like the games were July 7th through the 17th. And if you know the world game is 1 year after the Olympics, and they had 3,500 participants. Birmingham expected to gross $500 million on this project. Looked like everybody was working during this period. Whatever, volunteers, they were getting paid, and it was, I was very excited. But what really made me excited was to see the youth participate with each other. They have a thing called frenemy. I ain't never heard the word. But doing the competition, that they are not friends and they're not enemies. And Colorado Springs, they're the champ. And there's a 13-year-old girl who won the competition. So it's very handicapped. People were in it. And it was very, very rewarding to me just to see the activity and how they interact with each other. And for that reason, I would like to, even though I appreciate the recommendation of the TN1, I would like TC1. TC1 has a lot of activities, but you can't use all the activities in TC1. Most of the activities, other than TN1, is special or limited. So you would have to get it approved no matter what. So the community can come out and make their objections, but I think this would be very rewarding for the community. Now, I met with the community, and we had a little issue about youth. They said, one lady complained, and we got into general conversation on these kids selling water on the medium. I'm quite sure you've seen them. And my point to them was, what are you doing for the kids to give them something to do? And also, I've been associated with Kyle Brownsville since 1947, when I first entered elementary school. And to see the area deteriorating, and there are a lot of vacant buildings, and we have, in the past, renovated vacant buildings with these kids, and they really responded very well. Now, I was a member of Community Youth Network back in the early 2000, and we were the ones who really started the Foresight Market. We had a Youth for a Clean Environment They had a 501c3, and they were the ones who helped start that Foresight Market. Now, you can fact check that if you like. But I think that this arena, you can use it inside or outside. And not only that, I was introduced to a lot of things that really I wasn't aware of. Pickleball. If you saw pickleball tournament, I had never seen a pickleball. I had never even heard of it. And it sits right on the pickleball court. And if you notice it's something you can break down, and it's only 3 minutes each game. But when you've got 5 drones each, 10 drones, and you have the striker, everybody tries to knock the striker out, prevent him from scoring certain points he has to come back to the middle line. I mean, for 3 minutes, I'm saying, what can you do for 3 minutes? But 3 minutes is intense. You know, the parents were there, which is what I like. And because the drones, the batteries, you have to keep charging the batteries. And one of the things that's more important than anything else is a roll of tape. You know, they have to tape these when it's broken during a match. They take it out, they have to tape it together, they put wings on. You see them picking up wings from the floor, and the striker continues unless, when the striker goes down, the game has to stop. And then they fix the striker, or you have another drone that you put in place. But, you know, finally, I would just like to say that, you know, this is an opportunity. I see it for everybody. Atlanta, Stonecrest is #1. They're having a demonstration October 1st at the Stonecrest Festival. I would like to take some kids up. But it's an opportunity that I think we have an opportunity to bring this program to Savannah. And believe me, it's an intense program. After I saw the people working in the background, I'm saying, do I want to get into this? But it's very intense. You need 5 people. One of them is an instructor pilot, and they go for 8 hours of training. And I believe that through the aeronautical program in Savannah, Beach High, Woodville, that we can make this work.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Any questions for the petitioner or staff?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Melder?
Yes, sir. This is Jay Melder. Mr. Ferguson, I think your plan, I think I would support wholeheartedly for the museum, for the activities, for the focus on youth. I think my concern as commissioner on MPC is whether or not the commercial designation is the right thing for Tyler Brownsville in the future, regardless of what may come after your museum or what happens in the future, and whether or not there's a more appropriate zoning designation that preserves the nature of the neighborhood and allows you to do the things that you'd like to do. That's why I was excited about staff's recommendation for a more transitional usage, and I didn't know. So my question is to you and to staff, whether or not some of your planned activities would fit in the staff's recommendation for a traditional neighborhood designation, or if you truly needed that commercial designation to do the types of activities that you're looking to do.
Right. There's a church across the street, so, you know, liquor's out. They have a restaurant 7 days a week. So, I mean, the site, the building is like a postage stamp on a letter. It just sits in the corner. It's considered a principal dwelling, which is not. It's part of the outdwelling, and it was, you know, I've lived in that area, you know, practically all my life, and, you know, it's not a principal dwelling, it's a outdwelling. It's a principal dwelling, but it's not a principal resident.
Would the I'm sorry, let me get to the statute. Would the traditional neighborhood designation allow the types of programming that you're looking for?
Well, it doesn't, the only difference is it doesn't allow indoor sports activity. And we would need to be indoors. In addition, we would like to invite other teams, you know, when they come from Atlanta, Alabama. Alabama has at least 4 teams. And say we invite them for practice, you know, we would need facilities, you know, to relieve their costs.
Well, could I ask that question of
yeah.
staff, whether or not?
Yes, sir. So the indoor sports facility, which is how we'd classify what he's describing, would only be allowed in the TC1 district. However, if he wanted to go for the museum that he was talking about earlier too, that is something that'd be allowed in the TN1 district, and we think would be more appropriate for the use of that land.
Would the indoor sports facility be allowed in a civic or civic use?
Excuse me?
Indoor sports facility be allowed in a civic use? Like, could he work with a church to do this?
Oh, not sure. What do you think?
Ms. Jarrett, that's an interesting question, and I think the best way to answer it is it would kind of depend on the nature of the activity. If what Mr. Ferguson is describing is going to be the principal use and a business, then it would have to abide by the zoning. If it was something that he was doing, say, as a program with a church or a school, then I think you could easily do that within one of their facilities.
And I also want to remind the commissioners that when this, unlike a special use permit, when we're talking about a rezoning, we're not really considering just one specific thing that the petitioner is saying they're going to do. We need to take a holistic look at all the things that could happen with that property in the future.
Mr. Melder, you
Well,
still have the floor.
one follow-up question, and maybe I missed something about the athletics here, and this is still for staff, Mr. Ferguson. We have to classify it's a game with drones, correct?
Yes.
That we're classifying that as an indoor athletic use?
Yeah, it's an indoor activity within this 10 by 20 by 12 arena.
Yeah, just from what I understand of it, yes, sir, we would classify it as an indoor recreational use, pretty much.
Okay.
And it will, you can double that because it's movable. You collapse it. You can also have an indoor pickleball court.
Yes, sir. My other question for
Yeah.
staff would be, could the MPC, if we weren't in agreement with the commercial use and wanted to adopt something more appropriate for Kyler Brownsville, like the traditional neighborhood one, could we include an allowance that would allow?
I would have to look and see if how it's listed. Actually, let me see. I mean, I would say probably not, right?
If I can ask a question to just clarify what you're asking, Mr. Melder, are you asking if there's a way to allow what's been described within the TN1 zoning classification?
Well, that would be ideal, but
Okay.
if there was something we could, I
Or
think
is there another way to classify it? Is that?
I'm uncomfortable with the commercial designation for
Right.
this.
Right.
And
I
I'm
think
supportive
there's-
of what the owner and petitioner is trying to achieve here.
Okay.
And I'm looking for like what's best for, I mean, this is a zoning issue.
Right.
And, you know, my instinct is to ask the petitioner to go back to the community and go back to staff and try to find a zoning designation that is a better fit for what the plans are, if there's one that exists that isn't commercial and doesn't allow the types of commercial uses. Because, I mean, as you said, Mr. Ferguson, there's a church across the street, but those things could change. You're right, but they could change. I'm not sure that we've got the right zoning solution here.
And let me say this, if I may, sir. I think based on your comments, there's really probably two paths that could be taken. One, which we've kind of looked at, is to consider an alternative zoning classification. We did look to see, kind of based on what we understood about Mr. Ferguson's proposal, and we've learned probably more today than we've had in the past. So we looked at some other zoning districts and we said, well, if this is what you're proposing, this is probably the only district that would work as currently written. The other way we could go is to look at possibly some form of a text change that might permit something within a different zoning district. Outside of that, I think some other classification of the use would be the only other thing that would be a possibility to address the zoning issue.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Watson.
Okay. Thank
Dwayne
you.
Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dwayne Stevens. I want to piggyback on a couple of things that Mr. Melder said. I wholeheartedly agree. My biggest concern is changing the zoning to a traditional, a TC1, given the uses that could subsequently come in the event that you sell your property or whatever the situation may be. However, I am in full support of the programming, the idea. You may mention the black men in the community. As a product of Savannah, Georgia, I 100% agree that the kids need something different to do. That's going to give them some exposure to some other opportunities that could grow them and go into other industries. And to that point, I fully support the programming, but I too think it's the long path forward, but I wholeheartedly agree with Mr. Melder in regards to potentially figuring out a text amendment or something like that that could give you what you need in order to do it, but still protect the community from people that may not be as well intended as you are with the use of the property.
Thank you. Ms. Jarrett?
Very briefly, I too really endorse your idea. I think it's a great idea. I have a son who would have jumped on it when he was a child and would have loved it. But the other concerns that I have are things like parking. That's a pretty small lot there. And, you know, if you tried to do it indoors, you'd have parking issues outside. If you tried to do it outside, you'd still have the parking issues. So that would be a concern. If there's any way that it could be incorporated with one of the institutions, like a church or something like that, I think that it would be a very viable organization, a good thing to see kids getting into. I'd love to see some kids having drones. I'd come just to watch them. I think that'd be so much fun. So thank you. But the parking is a concern as well.
Yeah. Well, one of my major concerns is if we do in the future, need another classification, I don't want to spend $4,000 on another rezoning application.
Understood.
Ms. Bowles?
I have a question. I don't know who it should go to, whether it's the commissioners or staff. As was discussed, using the parking lot at the church, is that a possibility? If there was a partnership that addresses the parking issue, but I don't know about the other issues.
Just as it goes, as of now, they would need to have on-site parking, and of course, we have the parking table in the ordinance showing what use needs how many parking spots. And that's another reason that we have found this to be incompatible with the TC1 zoning, is because generally most of the uses in there are just not going to have the parking capacity on this lot. But yeah, that is definitely a concern. I don't know that I don't know, Marcus, do you think, I don't think we could use the shared parking with the church across the street. Unless you would
That's-
have went for a special remote parking
I think
thing.
we're probably
Hold on.
getting in the weeds a little bit in terms
Yeah.
of the decision
Yeah.
on today's action. I think everybody agrees, I don't want to speak for the board, but I think most of you probably agree that Mr. Ferguson's idea probably needs some opportunity. And this may not be the site, but maybe there's other ways to skin the cat, so to speak. And we have looked at some other ways from a zoning standpoint, but maybe, there's an opportunity to go further, possibly involve city staff and have a discussion about how we could help him operate what he's proposing, but not necessarily through the zoning process on this property.
Staff. I mean,
Yes, Mr. Noah.
Chair. Staff indicated just a moment ago that they've heard a lot more today than they've heard this whole entire process. I would like to continue this so that or the property owner petitioner does not incur any further cost, try to get to a solution that's best for everyone, and bring this back if it is what the board would like. I would
Can we
like to
con-
entertain that motion. I'll make that
Continue
motion.
indefinitely, just in case he finds a different
Yeah,
solution?
and just let him come back at a later time and let him figure it out.
Well, I'll say this, that if the board moves to take that action, we'll work immediately with Mr. Ferguson to start the process. We won't, wait.
And to answer your question, Ms. Bowles, we have approved businesses recent that I'm sorry.
No, how did you know I was going to ask that?
That have, shared parking lots across the street or right next door. So, I mean, if.
Yeah, those provisions
Yeah,
exist in
they
the zoning
exist.
ordinance, so we can do that. Yeah.
Sure.
I just wanted to make one comment.
Not yet, there isn't. Mr. Miller, do you have a question?
Well, my question was just associated with the continuance and then Mr. Lotson's questions. I think, don't we have to continue it to a date certain? How much time would staff need to work with Mr. Ferguson on a solution that may work?
I would probably suggest that we reschedule for the September 29th meeting.
Okay.
At this time, and then based on what kind of traction we get between now and then, we'll either come back to the board with a idea or with an update, as to where we are.
Quick question to that point. If we have not garnered the necessary support and/or the best path forward at that time, I can't recall, are we limited to the amount of continuances that are allowed in the event he needs to continue again so that we can try to gain the ground necessary?
Sure. And for the rest of the board, what Mr. Stevens is referring to, there's a provision in the zoning ordinance that states that an applicant can only request 2 continuances. However, if the board moves to continue it at their volition, then those don't count against the applicant.
Good
So
deal.
no, to answer your question.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Yeah, if I say something, I withdraw my objection to the denial based on, I don't think you can do anything really to change the situation. I don't want to go through a text amendment, so I'll withdraw that objection, which will make it easier, I think, for everyone. And we'll work something out in the future, I'm quite sure.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir, and we appreciate what you're trying to do for the youth
Yeah.
of Savannah as well. That's great, we appreciate that. Do we have anybody in the public that wishes to come? Thank you, sir. You can take a seat now.
Right.
Is anyone, do we have anybody in the audience that put out a blue speaker card? Nobody on the computer? Okay. That said, I guess we can make a motion. Mr. Noah?
Motion made to continue.
Cole, second.
Well, the date will be for September 29th, not September 6th, 29th. We have 2 meetings in September.
September 29th.
Cole, second.
And remember, that's a Thursday, not a Tuesday. We'll just do a verbal vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Wow, that was old business. Now we're gonna move to the new business, and we're back on the Geechee Road again, so. We're gonna move to item number 11, map amendment 6089 to Geechee Road.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Melissa Leto, MPC staff. The petitioner is requesting a rezoning at 6089 Ogeechee Drive from an RACO, residential agricultural, district to an IL, light industrial classification. The property is 14.585 acres, and to the rear here where the hatch is bounded by 6083 Ogeechee Road, which faces south of Ogeechee Road, and that is, both parcels were annexed into the city in 2019, but they had split zoning. So in the front portion is a tractor and supply company, and then in the back, it's heavily wooded area currently, and they are proposing doing some warehousing. There is the villages of Vallombrosa, the subdivision, let's see, would be over here, directly adjacent to the property, probably a little better over here. So there are some properties that abut the industrial area or proposed industrial area. And then south of and then there's RA zone parcels to the rear of the subject property along Sylvania Road, and to the west of the subject property is PIL, Planned Light Industrial Classification. As I said, in 2019, the subject parcel and the front parcel, 6083 and 6089, were annexed into the city of Savannah from Chatham County. The front portion after annexation was rezoned from residential agriculture to a BN classification, neighborhood business. The BN portion at 6083 Ogeechee Road consists of 5.02 acres, and the northwest rear portion, which is our subject parcel today, is 6089 Ogeechee Road, is zoned RACO, residential agricultural. The parcel traditionally has been rural and in use and heavily wooded. And then I'm gonna give you, the applicant conducted the following two neighborhood meetings at 7 Dunneman Drive. It's a clubhouse within the Bradley Point subdivision. And this was to discuss the rezoning request. On June 28th, 2022, the first meeting was held at 3 p.m. to the nearby Neighborhood Association of Bradley Point. A total of 9 residents from Bradley Point South Area Neighborhood Association attended the meeting. MPC staff requested the applicant to host a second neighborhood meeting at a 6 p.m. time slot, so that more residents may attend, and to specifically invite the villages of Vallombrosa property owners that would directly be impacted by the proposed IL zoning area. There are several parcels where their rear yards are adjacent to the proposed, and this shows it a little more clearly, where their rear yards are adjacent to the proposed IL zoned area. The second meeting was held August 10th was held at 6 p.m. at the same location. One person attended, and that property owner is a resident of the villages of Vallombrosa and has property where the rear yard abuts 6089 Ogeechee Road. The resident was concerned about the applicant providing a sufficient buffer between her rear yard and the proposed IL use. The applicant assured her there would be more than what is required for a buffer and will provide a fence. I'm going to give you the flume classifications. Chatham County, Savannah's comprehensive plan future land use map designates the subject property as commercial regional in the southwest portion of the parcel, and residential suburban single family in the southeast portion of the parcel. The proposed IL zoning classification is not compatible with the commercial regional future land use designation. Some of these corridors, however, are under review towards amending the future land use map. The range of uses permitted under the current and proposed zoning classifications are different. The existing RA classification allows for rural, residential, agricultural areas, forestry, and the preservation of the rural character. The district allows for certain non-agricultural uses that are found in rural areas. The proposed IL zoning classification would allow for a mix of commercial and light industrial uses, including warehousing. The area around the subject property is no longer rural and does include many small commercial and industrial sites. The proposed IL uses would require mitigation from noise, lighting, traffic, and the uses themselves, especially to the adjacent residential parcel. Based on the location, the rezoning of this parcel has the possibility to adversely affect the existing uses. A 40-foot buffer with an 8-foot high fence or wall along property lines where there is a light industrial zone property adjacent to a residentially zoned parcel is required by code. The adjacent residential property currently has a 50-foot buffer along the village of Vallombrosa. And then the petitioner will be providing the 40 feet. So we feel that that would provide an adequate buffer. The property has reasonable use under the current zoning of RA. However, it is not ideal for residential use due to the access point that they have to go through the BN parcel to get to the rear portion of their IL proposed location. The development of the 14.585 acres of light industrial zone property would create impacts that the petitioner will need to address. So staff believes these issues could be addressed during the development review phase. So what we did is we are recommending approval with a condition that the general development plan shall be reviewed and approved by the Metropolitan Planning Commission prior to permitting. Thank you. The petitioner is here as well for questions.
Yes, would the petitioner like to come forward?
Yes, Mr. McCorkle.
Mr. McCorkle, state the name for your record there, and you get 20 minutes if need be, sir.
Thank you, Marcus. My name is Robert McCorkle from the law firm McCorkle, Johnson & McCoy, here on behalf of the petitioner, Development Associates Partners, and Guy Davidson and Mike Kistler, who are here with me today. The property is currently owned by Thankful Baptist Church. It's 14.585 acres. As was mentioned, the front portion of the property, as was mentioned by staff, was rezoned to BN prior to being annexed into the city of Savannah to attach to the water and sewer services of the city of Savannah at the site. The rear portion of the property was left as RA, which is essentially unzoned almost under the county standards. It has never been developed. It is trees and wooded, as you can see in this picture now. When they divided the property into two pieces, this area here is the new Tractor Supply. This is what it actually looks like, and the pictures and the overheads is not up to date, but this is what it actually looks like. So we've got a Tractor Supply, full Tractor Supply with outdoor storage and the like in front of the property, along all of the frontage of this property except for an access road which would provide access to our property in the rear. As noted by staff, the shape of the property doesn't really lend itself to be a residential piece of property. It has to access, or it accesses this property through an easement provided through the Tractor Supply property. And then also all of this property is accessed onto Ogeechee Road through a frontage road that is used by multiple commercial businesses as well as heavy commercial industrial businesses that are on this frontage road. Only those uses are on that road, not any other residential uses at all. The property is not visible from the road in the back, so we don't suspect that this is going to be seen by anyone when they're driving down Ogeechee Road with the Tractor Supply out in front of it. We believe it is consistent with the zoning pattern in the area. It is worth noting, as was mentioned by staff, or maybe not have been mentioned by staff, that the property immediately adjacent to us is already zoned industrial. We're aware that it's under contract and will be moving forward with either some type of warehousing or truck yard facility on this site. These uses that are up in the front up here that are adjacent to our site are also such uses as Savannah Apparatus Repair and James Steel Erectors and other significant heavy user or heavy commercial, if you will, industrial uses that are on the site. Again, all using the same frontage road. We had a conceptual site plan that we provided in connection with what we were doing. Hopefully you can see that on your screen. What we're proposing is 3 small warehouses on this site, which the total of the 3 warehouses together is less than 100,000 square feet. So the idea here is to have small, basically flex-based warehouses of about 30-something thousand feet each. The anticipation is that the users of these properties will be small local suppliers or local distribution, electrical and HVAC suppliers, those types of uses. We anticipate on a project of this size and with the product that we intend to provide that we're going to have more box trucks, frankly, than we're going to have tractor trailers. We would suspect that perhaps you might get a tractor trailer or a couple of deliveries per week, but that ultimately what we're going to have is local businesses using box trucks out of the back of the site. Though there is an adjacent residential neighborhood, we believe that any impacts are mitigated by what we're proposing, and we've worked with staff to get to that position. The Villages, as was shown up above, has a 50-foot, which Villages at Vallombrosa is the immediate adjacent property. It has a 50-foot platted, undisturbed buffer that runs around the entire neighborhood. So that's not going anywhere. It's not on our property. We're showing an additional 40-foot buffer, which is what we're required to show, plus an 8-foot fence. So we're going to have a 90-foot buffer between us and the residential plus an 8-foot fence. We'll also use downcast directional lighting to make sure we don't have lighting pollution. It's also worth noting that the entrance to their neighborhood, you can't even see it in this picture, but this is the neighborhood we're talking about here. Their entrance is somewhere in this screen down here if you're looking at a further pulled out position. It's some 2,500 feet down Ogeechee Road away from us through a stoplight between us and them. So there is significant separation between us and the entrance to the couple of neighborhoods. As was mentioned by staff, we did have 2 meetings. At first, we were requested to have 1 meeting with the Bradley Point South. And the reason them is because they're the only association in the immediate area that has a registered homeowners association. So we had that meeting at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There's some 400 houses, I believe, back there. Notice got sent out to everybody by the HOA and the property managers, and we had 9 people in attendance. Particularly their main issues voiced were about just general traffic on Ogeechee Road and wanting to know what we were doing there. There was an expressed opinion that perhaps we had this meeting in the daytime and that we were trying to avoid having people come to the meeting by having the meeting in the daytime, which is not what we were trying to do. And then staff also agreed that we would have a meeting and specifically invite the entire neighborhood of the Villages of Vallombrosa, which is this neighborhood here, which is again, probably 400 total units. We invited again through the HOA, the entire neighborhood. I do want to point, because I heard the comment in the pre-meeting, we sent a letter out that went out through the entire neighborhood and HOA. We attached the application, we attached the maps and the pictures, so they're fully aware of the fact that this property was immediately adjacent to them. At that meeting, which we held at 6 o'clock, we had 1 person. And I want to note that we invited both neighborhoods. So it was a total of 800 homes, I believe, that we invited to the meeting at 6 o'clock. Rolled in not knowing what we were going to get with inviting that many people to 1 meeting, and we had 1 person in attendance at 6 o'clock. She was curious about what we were doing. She has one of the properties that backs up to this. We talked about buffers and what we were going to do and showed her our plans and gave her my card and told her we would answer any further questions that she had. With that being said, I do want to make a comment about the previous item on Ogeechee Road, which is somewhat similar. One, it's in a different location than this, but two, and I'm not commenting on that particular parcel of project, I'm just talking about ours. We do have a full-service entrance. We have a median cut directly in front of our property. So there will be able to be left-hand turns in and out of our property as well as right-hand turns, so the circulation is not an issue. Additionally, the XL and decel lanes are already in place on this property. There is already an XL lane and a decel lane that leads to the shared access road. And again, particularly important is that we have an industrially zoned property immediately adjacent to us. And we believe that what we are proposing is in fact consistent with the immediately adjacent properties. And so with that, we support the staff's report, staff's recommendation for approval. There is a condition in there that we would come back to this body as we go through our general development plan. I think the intent of that request is to provide the public another opportunity to come and see exactly what we're drawing is one. And two, I think the intent is to hold us to what it is that we're saying here on the public record today. And I'm telling you that what we're showing on our site plan is providing that 40-foot buffer, providing a fence, and doing this in such a way to have minimal impact on the neighbors who we've, again, had 2 meetings with. So with that, we would support staff's recommendation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. McCorkle. Ms. Jarrett.
How much of the 40-foot buffer can you leave natural?
We think the majority of it will be left natural. The only thing that maybe won't be left natural is the slope that's going to come off of the access road we're going to have to build. You can see that in this area, we jogged it back so that we would have that 40-foot buffer running along. So the only position would probably just be the slope of the side of the road. Otherwise, it's intended to be undisturbed.
Ms. Bowles?
I understand from, Lorraine Bowles, I understand from today's conversation that stormwater might come a little bit later, but has there been a conversation about that once you take down all those trees?
Yeah, it'll come later. We have city storm water and sewer on this site, but you can see here there's a proposed pond in the rear of this site, which will handle the stormwater. Obviously, we can't discharge any stormwater out that we're not putting, that wasn't already there, but we have a proposed pond in the rear of the property here, which also creates another buffer behind the kind of larger lot residential that may be on the other side.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Melder.
Jay Melder. I appreciate the outreach to the community, and I appreciate the buffer, and I'm supportive of MPC staff recommendation and what you're trying to do here. I'm curious because when this property was annexed into the city, the plan at the time from the developer was that it would be residential. And you explained a little bit, but I was wondering if you could go into a little bit more detail about why that plan was changed from a residential development to a industrial development.
I wasn't involved with that when it went through, and I would make the point that the plan as it went through was not done by a developer. It was done by the Thankful Baptist Church. The property was already zoned RA, and so they entered into a contract to sell the front portion of the property to Tractor Supply. And I think, honestly, the mindset going through was, we're not developers, but we got somebody that wants to buy this piece of property from us, so we're going to rezone the front BN, which is what they need, and just leave the back as it is. I think there was some thought that under the current zoning, it probably would be residential. Frankly, as far as why it's changed, I just don't think residential makes sense with this particular access coming around the Tractor Supply and then sharing a shared access road with all these other kind of heavy commercial uses. I just think it wouldn't make sense. In addition to the fact that, frankly, if we did it as apartments or townhouses or residential, it would probably be putting more traffic as far as trips per day onto the road and through this access drive. But that's from our perspective why it's changed.
Any further questions for Mr. McCorkle? Commissioners?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCorkle. Anybody in the audience? Did you fill out a blue card, ma'am?
No.
Okay.
I represent the property owner.
Well, you can come forward if you wish and
She's the property,
Yep.
yeah, she's there.
come forward and state your name for the record.
My name is Jacqueline Tomlin, and I'm a liaison for Thankful Baptist Church, which is the owner of the property. And I just want to address the question that was asked about why it was assessed into the city. It wasn't because the property was RA, all of it, the whole 19.5 acres. The front 5 acres was designated BIN for Tractor Supply Company. there was a lot of back and forth in terms of getting water and sewer for the property with Tractor Supply. So the church decided to go ahead and annex it into the city so that the next developer that came forward would not have to go through that process. So it was never so that it could remain RA, which it was grandfathered RA into the city, but never for to develop more housing. It was just so that the next developer would not have to go through that annexation to get water and sewer.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else in the audience? Anybody on the computer? No? Okay. You fine, Mr. McCorkle? I'm good. Okay. And, Mr. Coleman?
If there's nothing else, I'd like to make a motion to accept staff recommendation.
Stevens, second.
Ms. Bowles, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Travis Coles?
Yes.
Mr. Joseph Irvin? Yes. Ms. Karen Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Jay Melder?
Yes.
Mr. Noah?
Yes.
Mr. Notrika?
Yes.
Mr. Dwayne Stevens?
Yes.
And Mr. Joe Welch, yes. And Mr. Tom Woodward?
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you. Next, item 12, map amendment 925 and 1301 East President Street, as well as a portion of Tybee Depot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This property is not on Ogeechee Road, but I'll be back in a few minutes.
I almost wish it was. Want to know the truth?
So this is a rezoning request. The petitioner is requesting to rezone the property from the light industrial zoning classification to the downtown central business district zoning classification. First map is an aerial map of the properties. It's three parcels. One is a portion of a larger parcel, and I'll tell you about that one in just a second. But as you can see, it's located on the south side of President Street, East President Street, between the Bilbo Canal and General McIntosh Boulevard. This is a future land use map designation, which is downtown expansion, and a portion of this is the civic institutional designation, which I'll also talk about a little bit here in a second. This is a tax map that shows the parcels, and while we're looking at this, I'll talk a little bit about the portion that's furthest to the left. That portion here is a division of property that occurred on what used to be known, or I guess still is known as the Tybee Depot property. That portion of property was a part of a property swap between the city of Savannah, who was the owner of this parcel, and the owners of the proposed development, so that the city could be granted access to the Bilbo Canal to do some drainage improvements that were necessary here, and to have perpetual access to this area for access to that canal. So those properties were swapped, that portion of the Tybee Depot property and some properties are here along the canal in a development agreement that we'll talk about in a little bit. This is a vicinity map to give you some impression of exactly where this property is located, essentially immediately east of downtown and south of the river. And here's a zoning map that shows that all of the portions of the current property are zoned light industrial. It is north of this RMF zone property, which we talked about earlier. This is the Normandy tract, which was recently approved for multifamily, and that project is in the design stages right now. I want to talk a little bit about the PD that's adjacent to here. This is property that's owned by the Housing Authority of Savannah. This is known as the View at Oglethorpe, formerly Fred Wessel's Hitch Village property. And that's going to be important later in our discussion as well. The this hearing was continued from the June 24th meeting so that staff and the applicant could have some further discussions about how this application will be processed. It is a rezoning, as I mentioned, from the IL district to the DCBD district. And after some conversations with the applicant, it really led to a discussion about how this property would develop, even more so than what the base zoning would be. One of the things that came up was whether this should be a planned development because of the location and sort of importance of this tract in terms of being an entrance into the city, as well as how some of the other properties around it have developed on the north side and immediately west of the property. And then we got into a discussion about potentially a master plan for this property to at least identify land uses and where they would occur on this property. The main thing that the applicant brought up at that time was the fact that the current owners of this property are not necessarily going to be the developers of the property, and really they don't know where any of the uses are likely to go until the property goes out to market, so to speak. So that's really kind of where that stopped in terms of the conversation. But the applicant did come back with some proposed language around the master planning issue, because we were talking about that issue and we were talking about what we were concerned about height on a portion of this property. So the language that was brought back in a subsequent discussion was that the height be limited on a portion of the property, and I'll go into the detail in that here in a second. But specific to the master plan piece, they recommended this language: a general master plan, which may be done in phases, shall be required to come back to the Metropolitan Planning Commission prior to a site development plan approval. The MPC shall approve the master plan upon a finding that the use is permitted and that the project conforms to the applicable standards. So that was some language that they proposed in lieu of providing a master plan prior to having the zoning adopted. We reviewed that language and had some internal discussions, and we have an alternative recommendation, which I'll talk about at the end here. I should describe just briefly these properties. The easternmost property you can see in this aerial map at least had a building on it, which is no longer there. That was a congregate living facility that was actually demolished, I believe, in 2015. The center parcel had a warehouse use that is no longer in active use. The building's essentially demolished, and then the portion of the Tybee Depot property is vacant. The development pattern generally in this area is really overshadowed, if you will, by Eastern Wharf, which is north of the subject property. So as you know, that's still under construction. There's a number of uses, active uses over there: multifamily residential, some single-family residential. There's a 12-story hotel, and more things to come. The pattern here is similar to what you would find both from a development standard and even street layout to an extension essentially of downtown. When you talk about the proposed zoning district, the Downtown Central Business District, it is a district that essentially is what we consider the core downtown. And in fact, there's language in the ordinance that talks about the DCBD zoning district being a mix of residential and non-residential uses, lodging facilities, entertainment, restaurants, a wide array of what you would typically find in downtown, and that it should be located within what we consider the CBD. That area is shown here in this map. The darkened area is the existing DCBD. So these boundaries were established during NUZO, and it runs roughly from the bridge boundary at the end of Indian Street, which is over in this corner, over roughly to Lincoln, and between Bay and about Liberty Street. But this is the area that's identified as DCBD, and this is the only DCBD zoning classification in the city. The subject property is highlighted over here in the blue circle. This is the current IL. In terms of the current zoning, the range of uses that are permitted in that district are not compatible with the surrounding properties or with the development pattern in the immediate area. We know that there's a change taking place on the fringes of downtown to uses and patterns that are more similar to downtown. The proposed zoning, the DCBD, does allow a broad array of uses typically found in downtown. However, due to the location of the subject property outside of the core, we think that other downtown districts might be more appropriate here, considering that the applicant is not certain how this property is going to build out. As I mentioned, the existing zoning, the requested zoning, which is the DCBD, it only exists here in these boundaries that are shown, and it's about 0.5 square miles roughly of that downtown central business district classification. Going back to the comp plan designation, the current designations do not conform with the existing zoning. The light industrial zoning designation we don't feel is appropriate for this area any longer. It is fantastic, frankly, that what's potentially happening here so much better than what was here before. There were issues with the property from an environmental standpoint over the years that, frankly, the city was in litigation with the owner about, and all that has been settled. These are some photos of the site today. So that's the former, I guess, warehouse, which is on its way out. This is the property as you see it from President Street now. This is looking back toward the Housing Authority property from the frontage road. And this is actually from the Housing Authority property looking across to the site, which is over here. And let me show you on another map where this is the lake here that you see in this photograph from the Housing Authority property, roughly in this location, looking across the lake. We did also have conversations with representatives from the Housing Authority. They expressed some of the concerns that we expressed in our report, particularly regarding height. One of the things that we are recommending is that height be limited in a certain portion of this property on a portion of the Tybee Depot portion, and I'll get more specific to that in a second. But because the downtown districts are typically governed by the preservation ordinance, those standards apply. Because this property is not within the historic district, then those standards do not apply. So for example, the building that we're standing in right now in the historic district is covered by the height map. So the height on this property is limited by the height map because it's in the historic district. This property, if it goes to a downtown district, would not be in the historic district. So for example, there would be no height maximum. So that was one of the things that we were concerned about. So to address that, what we're proposing is that along essentially these property lines right here, adjacent to this church and the Housing Authority property, and I'll pull up the exact language for you, but we're proposing that no building taller than 5 stories or 50 feet in height be constructed within 100 feet of a property line shared with the residential or institutional use. So essentially that would mean the property lines that are shared in this location adjacent to existing institutional and residential uses. That's one of the things that we're proposing.
Is that just in that section?
Yes, sir. And let me show you. Let me
And
go
just
back
in
to
that
This is the only
cutout.
area
That only area.
where they would share a property line with a residential use,
That's
an
got
existing
the-
residential use.
The 50-foot or 5-story restriction right there,
Yeah,
right?
yes, sir.
But rest all the way down?
Whatever's allowed by zoning. Yes, correct. So we understand that there's, certain freedoms granted by the downtown zoning district from a development standard standpoint, and they would be, if this is adopted, open to explore those outside of just this area immediately adjacent to the church and immediately adjacent to the existing residential. We also did not think it was appropriate to hamper the applicant with any future development that is not before us at this time, or has not been constructed. So we would intend for that to be only for things that exist at the time of adoption, should this get adopted. Give you one more. Exhibit. This is the PUD that was approved for what was then called Fred Wessels Hitch Village, which is now the View. So here is the boundary we're kind of talking about, where you got existing residential buildings adjacent to the subject property. With that said, based on the review criteria and the land use pattern, we are recommending denial of the petitioner's request to rezone to the DCBD zoning district. We're alternatively recommending approval to rezone the property to the downtown commercial district with two conditions. The first being that the approval by the Planning Commission prior to adoption of a zoning change of a general master plan as defined in ordinance section 6.1.17, and the second being no building taller than 5 stories or 50 feet in height shall be constructed within 100 feet of a property line shared with a residential or institutional use existing at the date of adoption. This area shall also serve as a buffer consistent with section 9.5 of the Savannah zoning ordinance, screening and buffers, to include screening of mechanical areas. In other words, and I want to bring that language up for you to be able to read, but our proposal is that the property be zoned to the downtown commercial district instead of the DCBD. We feel like those districts are very similar in nature. There are, I believe, 2 uses that are allowed by right in DCBD that require special use approval in DC. But we feel that's reasonable. And then the height restriction that we're proposing in that 100-foot area is the other condition. There is our recommendation on the screen, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Odson's petitioner here. I know he is. Mr. McCorkle, you may come forward, sir. State your name for the record on this, and you got 20 minutes if need be.
I may need be on this one.
Yep.
Congratulations, y'all get to hear me twice. Robert McCorkle, Johnson, McCoy, here on behalf of the petitioner, Riverview President Street, and representing my client, John Foley, is here with me today. Everyone's familiar with this piece of property. Let me figure out how to, Marcus, you may need to help me figure out how to move this unless I can figure it out. All right, that's better. This day has been a long time coming. My client, prior to me being involved over the last, I think, 7 years, has been involved with trying to get this property developed and trying to work with the city to reach a development agreement for over 15 years. We've worked on this development agreement. I have worked on this development agreement for over a period of probably 7 years. We've been through multiple city managers, multiple city attorneys, multiple city councils. With the help of Jay Melder and Bates Lovett and Charlie Barrow and David Keating and many others at the city, last year we were able to negotiate a final version of our development agreement, of which y'all have a copy in your packet, and City Council adopted and approved that development agreement for this parcel in February of this year. The intro of that development agreement says, whereas, and I'm going to say PS, which is my client, wishes to develop the PS property as a mixed-use development featuring both residential and commercial components, which may include, but would not be limited to, retail, office, multifamily, hotel, senior living, and or assisted living, together with open space for the use and benefit of the PS project. The PS project will serve as a part of the Eastern Gateway entrance to the city's historic district, and the development of the property will be in the best interest of the citizens of the city. This development agreement, as it currently sits, is important to both the city and to my client. It provides for the conveyance from my client to the city of additional land and easements necessary for construction of the Bilbo Canal over the eastern edge of my client's property. This will improve stormwater drainage for a 1,200-acre portion of downtown. It also provides for my client to make contribution towards the construction of that canal. It provides for an easement across our property to help facilitate the city's current force main project, which is ongoing now. It provides that portion of the Tybee Depot will be conveyed to our client, and that in exchange for the property that we're conveying to them, it also allows for 20 acres of land in downtown Savannah to be removed out of the floodplain. If you notice, when President Street was redone, it's significantly higher than it was when it was within the old days. And it is now my client's property is significantly below that line. So part of what's going to happen in the development of this property is that property being brought up to the height of the street, which will have another effect, which will also allow for the completion of the 2 complete intersections, lighted signal intersections that are going to be constructed at General McIntosh, and then the one that's already there directly across from Eastern Wharf. It also provides for the dismissal of multiple lawsuits between the city and my client, and between my client and the city, over various issues involving previous condemnations and other issues, and included with the blighted warehouse that's on the site now. One of the other benefits is that blighted warehouse that's on that site now, which everybody's driven past plenty, is going to be removed from the property. And that's what it currently looks like sitting there now, and has been that way for quite some time. Lastly, the development agreement anticipates the downzoning of this property to remove it from a light industrial zoning and to change that zoning. It is important to note that this property, which is, we agree, is part of the gateway, is important, is currently zoned light industrial. I want to take a minute for us just to look at the uses, and I'm going to have to flip this again, and talk about the existing zoning that's on this site and has existed on this site for quite some time. And these uses are permitted by right, and they could go on this site now, immediately adjacent to the church that is there and immediately next to the residential development or residential property that's there. Shelter transitional, all detention and correction facilities, indoor fire ranges, consumer fireworks retail facility, heavy equipment, heavy vehicle sales, rentals and leasing, vehicle sales, heavy equipment and heavy vehicle, all adult-oriented businesses, boat yards, container storage yards, outdoor storage yards, warehousing, salvage yards, junk yards, recycling collection facilities, on, and vehicle and freight terminal. In crafting the development agreement that we drafted and in making our application, we specifically looked at the fact that obviously nobody in the city wants any of those uses to be on this site. And no matter what this property gets rezoned to through what we're doing, those uses are going to go away, which is a positive thing, which I don't want to be lost here. I grew up in Wilmington. I've driven past this site on an almost daily basis my entire life. And Eastern Wharf is great, and the whole area is changing, and it's becoming an extension of downtown, which is why it's in the Downtown Expansion District. It was the intent to pull downtown into this area to make an incredibly positive change to this important area of downtown. And we chose DCBD for that purpose. And the ordinance says, each D district promotes a predominant land use activity, commercial, entertainment, residential, CBD is all 3, while still allowing for other uses to locate in the district. The D districts are intended to be used within the downtown Savannah Historic District and downtown expansion areas, which this is. So that's why we chose DCBD. Through our process with staff of going through this, there were 2 issues primarily that were raised. The first, before those 2 issues, was that there was a request by MPC staff that we do a PUD, and we completely design the site in advance of going through the zoning. We can't do that. My client is going to develop portions of this property, but it's going to be done in phases, and parts of it are probably going to be developed by other individuals or partners, and so we don't know what's going to go there. The main concern was the height immediately adjacent to the housing authority and the church, which was raised. We agreed to the city's requirement and provided an exhibit to be specific, because the recommendation by staff doesn't reference the specific PIN number or the specific exact piece of property. So we thought it would be helpful to have an exhibit that showed where that 100-foot limitation was going to be, and that's what we provided. They requested no buildings within 100 feet of that, in that area right there, be over 50 feet or 5 stories, which we agreed to. The other concern was that due to the prominence of the location of the property, that we have some type of master plan review that would come back to the MPC after the zoning for y'all to have another public hearing so we could talk about landscaping and how the drive aisles are going to work and how it's going to fit together. We agree that this is a prominent site, and we understand the desire to make sure that it flows well and it looks good for everybody driving by, although whatever happens out there is going to be a drastic improvement over what's there now. We fully intend to have a first-class mixed-use development on this property that's going to have probably hotel and residential, commercial, and God willing, hopefully a grocery store. So we agreed in that process to come back after the zoning for a site plan review. I believe this body and the city council just did this exact same recommendation with property that was rezoned by my colleague Harold Yellen on Fort Algal Road because they weren't sure exactly how the uses were all going to fit together, and so the request was that they come back for master plan approval after rezoning, which is what they agreed to do. And that's what we asked to do here. And in coming up with these conditions, in addition to the MPC staff, we met, and I'm just going to pull up what our proposal was. We met with the city manager and with Bridget Liddy and worked and discussed these concerns to try to come up with this specific language. And that's what our request is what's in front of you right now, and that's what's before you today. The original application was just DCBD without the conditions. We've added these conditions through this process, which has been long. When we received the staff report on Friday, we were a little dismayed at staff's recommendation. First, it suggests that we use DC instead of DCBD basically on the fact that DCBD says in the ordinance it will be used in the central business district. The central business district is not a defined term in the ordinance. When we saw that, we didn't know what the central business district was. We saw language that says that all the D districts are permitted in the downtown expansion, which is what we went with. We believe that this project is within the downtown expansion district, and the DCBD allows us a great deal of flexibility for the base zoning to move forward on what we want to do, similar to what is on Eastern Wharf across the street. Staff mentions in the report that in terms of compatibility, some of the adjacent nearby properties are zoned in a way that allows similar uses to the requested district and include multifamily residential and mixed-use commercial. And that's exactly what we want to propose. So the changes may seem insignificant. Well, Robert, it's just DC and you asked for DCBD, what's the difference? Well, I would proffer that it doesn't seem like a very big difference, but it's a substantial difference to my client. These are the use differences. So in DC, you have the added uses of hospital, personal care homes, convention centers, transportation, dispatch and storage, and funeral homes, all of which are uses that I suspect were maybe worse than what's otherwise allowed. I will make note that the one use in the staff report that they were concerned about was nightclub, and nightclub is allowed as a special use in DC, but it's allowed by right, limited by right in the one we requested. But more important for my client, what's removed if you go to DC is hotel over 75 rooms. So we're on a piece of property that doesn't have a height limitation, but we can't have a hotel with more than 75 rooms. It removes event facility, and it removes continuing care facility. You'll note from the first page of the development agreement that we specifically talked about the fact there was a chance that that might be on this site. And I will make a note that though height is discussed, there is no height restriction in either district. So this is essentially the only differences between the two districts that are being recommended. We don't believe that the differences are significant enough to deny DCBD solely because it references a central business district, which we are not sure what it is, though I did see the map. And I do see that Kessler's project on the water is DCBD, which obviously extends out past MLK and stretches out to the side of what I would in my mind consider to be the business core or the downtown core, but we're looking for similar treatment. So that's the differences between the two. More concerning with that is that the two conditions that are placed on it by staff, which sound like they're the same as what I said, but what we recommended, but they're not. The height we can talk about. The height is basically agreed to. The only difference between theirs and ours is that we wanted to attach an exhibit so we can actually show, which is what we've done in the past when we've had projects where we've agreed to limited height on apartment projects and things we've done in the past. But that one's not that big of a deal. The first one is, though. It says, 1, approval by the Planning Commission prior to adoption of a zoning change of a general master plan as defined in Ordinance Section 6.1.17. Our concern is that that ordinance section really relates to planned developments and PUDs, if you will. And so what this essentially does is put us back into being a PUD, which we can't do, which is how we ended up where we were. It says approval by the Planning Commission prior to adoption of the zoning change. So I read that to mean that though we have a recommendation for approval of DC, it's really not an approval. What it means is that we're not rezoned until after we get a master plan approved. So the idea is we would come here with a master plan, which we don't know what it's going to look like yet, and you would have to, without knowing what our zone is, and then you would approve the master plan, then we come back, or I guess at that point it triggers our DC zoning. And that just doesn't work for us for, obvious reasons. And I will note that none of the downtown districts, none of the D districts, DC, DCBD, any of them require a master plan. We already have to come back for a general development plan, a specific development plan for any of the projects we do. But yet we still agreed that we would come back for a master plan after it was rezoned. I frankly don't see how what is suggested would work. I don't think it's possible for us, and I don't know how it works on the ordinance, that we would come back, we would get a master plan, and then it would trigger our zoning. I've never had that recommended before, but I don't fundamentally kind of understand how it would work. It just puts us back in having to have a PUD. And this project is not just going to be fully developed and fully planned beforehand. Again, this board has recommended and the city council's approved what we've requested, which is the zoning be done and then a master plan come back for review in the past. I say all that to say that I don't like these kind of presentations. I know that I'm getting down into the weeds about specific language, and y'all have been here a long time. And I don't like these presentations where we're kind of going down and nitpicking things that are in our staff recommendation. But we've been at this a long time, and we've worked on this property and worked with the city to try to get these myriad of issues resolved for a long time. And we're incredibly close, but we seem to be kind of getting lost in the weeds a little bit and making it a situation, or parts of my client, where significant uses that were assumed to be on this project the whole time wouldn't be allowed by right. And we somehow would have to provide a master plan before we get rezoned, which we can't do. So with all that, I say that I don't want it to be lost that this is a downzoning, that this project is important to the city, it is important to my client. The development of this site and the expansion of the canal and the removal of this property out of the flood zone and the increase of the Bilbo Canal to serve 1,200 acres of downtown is important. What we're trying to do, all we're trying to do here is establish what the base zoning will be to allow what the uses are on the site, which based on the staff report, they don't really object to except for nightclub. So that once we get the property rezoned, it will allow us to then nail down what we're going to do and market the property and do all the things I have to do. Because right now we'd be marketing a piece of property that is industrial, which I don't think anybody wants. And to that end, I'm closing it up. We suggested, hopefully that's big enough for y'all to see. This shows what we requested, which is our, well, not our original request, but the addition of the two conditions that we put on there, which address the height issue to the specific property, and then also agrees that we'll come back for a master plan approval. But if there is a desire to be DC, and I think this came up in the last discussion, I don't think the use differences are significant enough to need to be DC. But if there's a reason, just because it's not in the central business district, if that's a thing, then we would at least ask to have it be DC, but to allow the three uses listed above to be permitted uses on the property by right. So that, and I know in the past, we've certainly had plenty of zonings where we deleted uses off of the site. And so here, what we're trying to do is if it has to be DC for a reason, put on there that we would at least be able to do these three specific uses on the site. And then we just included the original two conditions. We believe that this addresses the concerns of the parties involved. This is a great site. The good news is we don't have a lot of neighbors. We got a church, we got a little bit of the housing development that's right there, and behind us we've got a lagoon and a cell tower and a canal to our right. And so if this isn't a good location for height and development and mixed use, and what is? I mean, you don't have many 20-acre sites in downtown that don't have neighbors very close to them and other issues. And so we think this project is going to be a great thing. We're just trying to establish the base zoning district. We're happy to limit the height in the location. We're happy to come back for a master plan before this body. And we would ask that you would either approve our request with the 2 conditions or approve it with DC with these additional uses permitted so that we can move forward. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McCorkle. Mr. Melder?
Thank you. Jay Melder. Mr. Corkle, I know you're asking for the underlying zoning to be addressed, and that's the topic, but there are really 3 issues. I think it is the underlying, it's the issue with the, how you're going to be coming back with the general master plan, and what you're going to do in terms of height restriction for the properties adjoining the residential. So I think there really are 3 issues.
Sure.
And I'm glad to see that you and the petitioner have agreed to the building heights. I think that's important. For the underlying zoning, you know, we've talked about the central business district zoning, we've talked about DC. You mentioned downtown expansion, and I wanted to ask you and also ask staff what the difference and whether or not we considered a downtown expansion designation for this use, and whether or not that cures your issues for the uses that you might want to keep available in your parcel.
When I talked about downtown expansion, I was talking about future land use, which is these downtown uses are supposed to be put into the downtown expansion kind of future land use areas, the areas that are designated for downtown expansion, which is what this is. As I understand it, within that area, within downtown expansion, you can have, I think there's a DC, there's a DCBD, and I think there's a DR, DW, DX, there's a bunch of different ones. But they're all specifically designed to be included in either the historic district or in the downtown expansion.
Mm-hmm. So from staff's perspective, Mr. Lawson, with the downtown, the difference between downtown and downtown commercial and downtown CBD, what are the reasons why we would want to, are there availabilities to include the 3 uses that the petitioner wanted in the downtown commercial? And if so, are there any reasons from a planning perspective that we wouldn't want to include those uses?
Mr. Melder, I think in terms of the uses, frankly, we were not as concerned with the differences in the 2 districts from a use standpoint, because the uses that Mr. McCorkle identified, the primary difference is that in the downtown central business district, they are allowed by right. In the downtown commercial, they're allowed through the special use process. Mm-hmm. So although based on the DC district, he would not have those uses by right, he would have to go through, or a future developer would have to go through a special use request, essentially, in order to get those uses. However, considering what the uses are, all things being equal, I don't believe that, a hotel is an issue on this property, for example.
Okay. I also think that the petitioner makes a valid point with regards to the master plan. Mm-hmm. And I could see in which, and just to be candid with our discussions with the city, it was very important that this project is a prime gateway property. We're very excited about the development, but also have a interested stake in what happens there and making sure that it goes through the right process. I think that what the petitioner is requesting isn't unreasonable to have a phased master plan approach, knowing that all the pieces aren't going to be together, and we perhaps want to get this started sooner rather than later, even without knowing what's going to come down the pipe later on. What would be staff's answer to the request of the petitioner for a phased master plan approach?
I think our position on that, Mr. Melder, would be that the phasing is not as much of a concern for us as to there being a master plan. When we looked at this and had discussions with the applicant, understanding the city's position on this property more largely, we believe the master plan issue is a very important issue for this property. I don't think that, somebody coming in, absent all the things that kind of surround this issue other than the zoning, and saying, hey, we're requesting a downtown district on this property with no idea of, how it would develop out would be a concern for us because of the amount of things that are permitted and the lack of, standards outside the historic district. So with that said, while, for example, across the street, there's I think, 12-story hotel, right, at the Thompson. And, a 12-story hotel on this property at the right location will probably be fine. But if somebody built 10 12-story hotels, that might be more of a concern, which they theoretically could do, without some document determining the layout of this property. So I think it is unusual for us to recommend that the master plan be done prior to, the zoning action. But we thought that was important in this case. And there have been examples, as Mr. McCorkle mentioned, or recent examples where we've recommended, a master plan be provided just prior to development.
Last question for you right now. Mr. Marcus, so those three uses that the petitioner has requested to add it in, are all three of those uses allowed through a special use permit?
Let me look at that. I know that there was the hotel use, the continuing care.
The
was the third one.
continuing care of the event facility, I do not believe are permitted at all. The hotel over 75 units is by special use approval.
But I think my larger point to that even, Mr. Melder, would be that those types of uses from a land use standpoint, I don't think concern us at this location. So it's not really about those three uses being allowed or not allowed here. I think we'd likely, under the right circumstance, support a special use if it had come before us.
Well, but I'm asking do we have a process for the special use for those three? And you're going to look into it. The petitioner is saying that only one of the three has an avenue to have a special use permit granted there. So that if we adopted a downtown commercial zoning for this property, and the petitioner is either planning on or wants to keep open the ability to have a large hotel, a continuing care facility, and an event space, the petitioner would only have a process by which to get a special use permit for the large hotel. They would be not allowed under any process to have an event space or
yes.
continuing care
That's
under the
right,
downtown commercial.
Under the current regulations, yes, unless if the zoning were adopted and those additions were allowed in that process, in the zoning process, that could be done.
So we could adopt, so let me ask about the process, because we had this conversation a few items ago. Could the board adopt a downtown commercial zoning designation for this property and also adopt that an allowable use under this property would be an event venue, a continuing care facility, and a large hotel?
Yes.
Okay.
The council could do that, yes.
The council could do that?
Right.
The commission could not?
Correct. Since this is a zoning action, this commission could recommend that.
Yeah.
The council could adopt it, or even if this commission did not recommend that, the council could adopt it.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Yes, sir.
So then my question to the petitioner would be, if this commission were able to adopt the language that you've suggested around the phased master plan, adopt the language that you've suggested, but is also verbatim with the staff recommendation on the height restrictions in certain part of the parcels, and this commission made a recommendation that city council also allow in this zoning a large hotel, a continuing care facility, and an event space, would the petitioner be supportive of that action?
Yeah, I think what you're suggesting is what the alternative that's on the screen is what we've proposed. The answer generally is yes. The important distinction between the way the staff report is currently written and my understanding of the master plan is that the master plan, as was the previous, the other project we talked about, is to come back after the zoning would be complete. And then we would come back with a master plan so that we can have another public hearing to discuss that master planning. but we can't have the language that says that the master plan has to be approved before the zoning takes effect. We got to have a base zoning district. So, but generally I would say yes, and I believe that's reflected in the alternative that we've proposed.
Understood. Okay, and I do have, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
I'm listening.
I do
Yeah,
have one more
I'm
question
agreeing with you.
for Marcus. So I asked about the downtown expansion, and excuse my ignorance about this. So the downtown expansion is not a zoning designation.
No, it is.
It is.
But I think when Mr. McCorkle was speaking earlier, he was referring to the downtown expansion future land use designation, which exists, but is separate from the downtown expansion zoning district.
So
there is a downtown expansion zoning district as well.
Well, that's what I thought that, and I was wondering if staff looked at the downtown expansion zoning district as an appropriate zoning district.
We did look at all the downtown districts, not all, I shouldn't say that. We didn't look at downtown residential or neighborhood, but we did look at the more commercial downtown districts as it relates to this property. And our feeling was that the downtown commercial district was the most appropriate for that site.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Melder. Anybody else have a question?
I do.
Ms. Jarrett?
As usual.
It's okay.
One of the things that I love about the fact that Savannah is the way Savannah is the fact that we had a planner way, way back centuries ago who actually planned the development before he ever even stepped foot on the land. Given that, the roads in the downtown area are all connected. Will you connect all of the roads that are in yours? I see Oglethorpe has a little stub out there to, I think it's Oglethorpe, in the,
Can you put the map up?
yeah.
I'm not sure if it's on my picture or not.
And
There you go.
Yep.
There's Oglethorpe, and then there's Colbert or Colbert.
Sorry, I can do a better job of this probably.
And even over on Normandy would, you know, the more connections we have, the easier it is for people to get around.
You know, all what I would say is that's something that we would address in site plan and in master plan as we go through this process. Part of the reason to come back for the master plan and have those discussions is so that the interconnectivity and the access to the site would be, there have been specific discussions about connecting to Oglethorpe and Pulaski at some point. Those roads, there's going to be access out to General McIntosh around that location. Eventually, it's all going to kind of connect on that side.
That's my goal.
I suspect that that will likely happen. As far as going all the way back to Normandy, we don't own all the property going back to Normandy.
Understood.
And there's no intention right now to go back to Normandy.
All right. The other thing that I heard you say that concerned me was that you are filling the floodplain. When I hear those alarm bells go off in my head, you know, if you fill the floodplain here, that water's going somewhere.
Yeah.
Do we know where that water's going?
That, if you look at this area right here,
I know Bilbo Canal is
well,
there.
it doesn't
but-
exist, well, it's not currently there. Right now, Bilbo Canal is where this white area is. Part of this entire agreement to develop this property is to expand the Bilbo Canal all the way back to here, at least across our property. If I told you how many engineering discussions and how many different engineers are involved in dealing with this, it would blow your
And
mind,
if you told me the
probably.
engineers, I'd probably have something to say
Well,
about them.
yeah,
but-
and there are several, if not all of the major firms of Savannah are probably involved in this project in one way or another. But it has all been calculated and agreed to, and when the property is brought up to the level of the street, we will then flow into the new Bilbo Canal, which will extend out to take off our drainage.
Just as long as we have volume for
Yes,
volume.
ma'am. I understand.
Thank you.
for years, we drove past the Marriott underwater.
Yeah.
That curve, I mean, they finally had that under control. This project is totally amazing. Like you, Mr. McCorkle, I've ridden by it I don't know how many times in my life and just wondered what in the world would ever go here? And what would it take to even put anything in here? And am I right, it looks like where the church is, the ground's much higher up.
It slopes down
Yeah.
all the way down towards
Big time.
towards the canal.
That's why you have also so much water sitting there.
Yeah, and the beauty of it too is not only is the canal going to drain our site, it is also going to drain 1,200 acres of downtown and be a vast improvement to the entire area of downtown, so.
It's good to know. Any other questions for Mr. McCorkle or staff?
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, and thank you, Mr. Melder,
Can we
for
see,
your input, sir. I mean that too, thank you. Yes, sir, Wayne.
can we see the recommendation from staff? Oh, it's, okay, sorry.
Is there, before we go there, is there anybody in the audience wish to ask a question to staff or petitioner? Is anybody on the computer? Okay, thank you. So recommendation would be,
Mr. Chairman,
yes, Mr. Melder.
is it time to make a motion?
There's any further discussion? Gentlemen, any further discussion? It is time to make a motion.
Since I had the majority of the questions, I'll try to phrase the motion then. I move to deny the petitioner's request and approve the staff recommendation of a downtown commercial zone with the conditions that this body recommend to the Savannah City Council to add the additional uses of a large hotel, a continuing care facility, and an event space, as well as to adopt the phased master plan language suggested by the petitioner and to adopt staff recommendations around the height restrictions surrounding the current residential properties.
Cole was second.
Hold on, do you have all that written down?
I got it.
Okay. All right, you got it recorded. And Coles, you second? We'll do a vote. Ms. Coles, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Shedrick Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Travis Coles?
Yes.
Mr. Joseph Irvin? Yes. Ms. Karen Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Jay Melder?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Noah?
Yes.
Mr. Jeff Notrika?
Yes.
Mr. Dwayne Stevens?
Yes.
Mr. Tom Wedworthy? He's gone. And Mr. Joe Welch, yes. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Yeah, I know, and I got to be at a vote at 7 o'clock. We go to the next item, number 13. How do we get back to Geechee Road again?
I warned you.
Zoning map amendment, north side of Geechee Road, east of Cane Brake Road. Mr. Watson, the floor is yours, my friend.
Thank you, sir. As you heard, this property is located on Ogeechee Road. It's on the north side. It's approximately 1,000 feet east of Canebrake Road in the unincorporated county. This is a vicinity map showing generally where the property is located. Ogeechee Road is here, and it also abuts Abercorn Highway 204 on the north side. Immediately adjacent on the west side is the Bamboo Gardens, and Southwest Middle School is immediately east. This is a tax map that shows the parcel. The petitioner, as you can see, and I should say this, the property is currently zoned community business, and the petitioner is proposing to maintain a portion as a community business along the frontage of Ogeechee, but to rezone the balance of the property, which is a 45-acre tract, to the R3 designation with a proposed density of a little over 9 acres per unit. And that's multifamily residential. This is an aerial map as you can see the adjacent properties and that it is bounded by Ogeechee Road and Abercorn. Of course, there's limited or zero access, vehicular access along Abercorn here. So that does limit the applicant to access only along Highway 17, which we'll talk about. This is a concept plan that the petitioner provided to illustrate what they're intending to establish here. The portion down at the front is a proposed commercial outparcel, and then the balance of the property would be a multifamily residential development as currently offered. These darker rectangles are multifamily residential buildings, and then you see townhomes proposed in this area, the rest detention and green space. Based on the amount of property, the 45 acres and the approximate the density that's requested, which is approximately 9 units an acre, the applicant could achieve approximately 400 residential units on the site. One thing that's certainly an anomaly in this situation is that when the applicant had their initial conversations with Chatham County regarding this proposal, the first thing that came up was the access issue, and in particular, the emergency access for the site. So in other words, should this single road that serves as the spine road for this proposed development be encumbered in some way? Could an emergency vehicle, provide service here? They looked at alternatives in terms of access with either the school board or the Bamboo Garden property. To date, at least, those efforts have not proved fruitful. So what their proposal is to provide property and a building for a fire station on site, at their expense, of course. They proposed a firehouse and facilities to be operated by, in this case, Chatham Emergency Services, to alleviate the issue of the emergency services access road rules, which of course is a great benefit to a potential neighborhood. However, it doesn't really alleviate what we as MPC staff believe is an issue, more so a traffic issue. With an elementary school adjacent to the property, which is a high traffic volume generator, more so than a high school because of the number of automobile trips, because parents are driving and not students. And then just the existing volume that we know exists on Ogeechee Road, that was a concern for us. I should also mention that the property we were just looking at earlier in this meeting, I'm going to show you here. This is the neighborhood we were just looking at, which is the villages of Vallombrosa and Bradley Point, both of which I think together probably range in the neighborhood of 700 to 800 homes, primarily single family. There's some townhomes back here as well. They use this access point to get back to Highway 17 and to go east-west here. So there is significant residential in the area, along with the other commercial and institutional uses. As you can kind of see, this is one of the few large tracts in this immediate vicinity that is left undeveloped. The portion across the street down here is zoned for multifamily residential as well. Under the current zoning, which is commercial, it would allow uses such as grocery stores, hotels, restaurants, auto dealers, retail, all of which could be developed on some portion of this property. Staff has expressed to the applicant concerns about the overall number of dwelling units that will be permitted and the lack of alternative access points to accommodate those daily trips, as well as the potential need for emergency access. And based on the information provided to date, we don't believe the full impact of a total build out of this property can really be understood. Under the multifamily zoning, the property could produce a number of trips that could impact this area negatively when you consider the other existing uses and the number of trips permitted or created by those. With those findings, staff is recommending denial of the request to rezone the property from the commercial designation to the R3 designation. I'll answer any questions, Mr. Chairman, but I just want to maybe add a commentary that we understand that this property is currently zoned commercial. It's 45 acres. It could be a lot of things. Not many things drive as many car trips on a daily basis as residential. So that's a big part of the reason, along with the access, that we're making this recommendation. We understand that the property, or at least some portions of the property, can be and should be developed. Just didn't feel that the R3 zoning at that number of units was appropriate at this time in terms of the kinds of impacts we think it might have on the overall area.
Thank you very much, Mr. Watson.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Yellen, I know you're here for the petitioner.
Yes, sir. Enjoyed being with you.
Sorry you had to be here all afternoon like that, but please state your name for the record there.
Pull up your stuff here.
Yeah, you know the protocol. You got 20 minutes if you need it.
This is yours. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Harold Yellen, here today on behalf of the owners of the property and also Hill Point, who will be the developers of the property. And with me today is Mr. Marcus Wiedauer, who's a principal with Hill Point and one of the few people still in the audience. The petition before you today is to rezone a parcel of land on Ogeechee Road from its current PBC, and that's clearly a community business commercial district, to an R3. What has not been mentioned is that our density is 9. And I think I heard Ms. Bowles say that she was a mathematician. It actually comes out to 9.02 is the exact calculation. By way of comparison, if this were single-family residential, in Chatham County, you often see neighborhoods which are 6 to 8 units per acre, and we're at 9. That's how close we are to single-family residential. Now, admittedly, we are somewhat confused by staff recommendation because the staff recommendation is based upon, there are additional factors that were not considered and which were not presented to you, and we'll go over those in just a moment. And based upon prior petitions that have been brought before you in the past, we see very different findings and we see very different recommendations being brought to you. So if I could, I'd like to talk first about the additional features of this petition. And we are very much aware that this is a very unusual shaped property. Mr. Lotson earlier called it Florida, and we've affectionately called it Florida. The southern portion of the state, we have the panhandle. We got everything that Florida has. In its current BC zoning, there are a host of commercial uses that are permitted. I don't see commercial going on this 45-acre parcel. I don't see anything going back in the panhandle. And quite candidly, I don't think we should be encouraging commercial uses between Southwest Elementary and the botanical, the bamboo farm, or the bamboo ranch. It seems like if you look at the zoning of this property, somehow we got spot zoned. For the life of me, I don't know how or why we got to be commercial, that everything else around us is residential or multifamily residential. I candidly think that there are a number of uses which are absolutely inappropriate at this site, and all of them are permitted as a matter of right. So first thing, I would tell you that 45 acres commercial in this location seems inappropriate. We're also fully aware of the challenges of this site, and we petitioned specifically for a low density, a multifamily zoning classification, and that's why we have reached an agreement with Chatham Emergency Services. Mr. Lotson mentioned that just a moment ago, but in the staff report, you'll see no mention of our agreement with Chatham Emergency Services. Not only are we going to donate the land, we're going to actually build the fire station. I'm not sure I've ever stood before you and said, we're going to handle fire protection by building a site on our property, but that's exactly what we're going to do. These may be too small for you to read. This is the letter from the Office of the Commissioner of Insurance, where it says we've received a request allowing a single fire apparatus access road serving the above referenced development. And you can see where Mr. Craig Landholt, many of you know him formerly, and I guess he still lives in Savannah, recommending approval of the request based upon the equivalent measure of providing a fire station within the multifamily development. And then there's the follow-up letter from the Office of the Commissioner. After careful review, we grant your variance request. The second thing, we are among the first, if not the first. We're working with the City of Savannah on a water sewer agreement. This property is located in Chatham County, but we've been working with the city manager and with the city attorney to allow water and sewer to be delivered by Chatham County to this site, even though we're in Chatham County. And most of you know that doesn't happen very often. And in fact, for the longest time, it was the policy, you don't annex, you don't get water, you don't get sewer. So we're sort of on the cutting edge of all of this, and we've got a little bit more to go with the city attorney, but we'll be paying taxes to Chatham County, and we're going to be paying taxes to the city of Savannah, with the end result is that we'll be paying a higher tax rate than anyone else. For some reason, when you stack the two side by side, we'll be paying about 48 mills. The rest of our city residents will be paying 43 mills. When we met with staff for the second time, and we told them about the fire station, and we told them about this agreement, there seemed to be some genuine excitement that we were doing exactly that. And we were asked to please amend our petition so that all of you would know that. And you can see on July 21st, I did in fact amend our petition to let you know that we were doing both the fire station and working towards the development agreement. But I think the most important thing that I can share with you, I'd like to call your attention to prior petitions, and I specifically looked for petitions like ours. In November of 2016, there was a petition filed that was heard by some of you I know are new to this commission. But in November of 2016, 25 Gateway Boulevard, 51.79 acres were rezoned for multifamily. That parcel's larger than ours. They have one access road, and that one access road is close to 2,800 feet long, longer than our access road. It was zoned RM12, a higher density than our density. And so I pulled up the petition, and there was a very different MPC staff conclusion to that. The policy analysis for that property was rezoning the site to a less intensive residential district with specific development standards would encourage a much more appropriate use of the site. It would also help ensure better protection of the existing wetland amenities, and we also have wetlands on our site. By constructing multifamily residential units in this location, surrounding businesses and future development could benefit by having potential employees near work. Surrounding businesses could also benefit by having more customers nearby. April of 2021, yes, Mr. Chairman, this was a Geechee Road. There was a petition at 5651 Ageechee Road, 18 acres, smaller size, R315, even greater density on one road to the site. And at that time, the policy analysis in support of that petition was, in unincorporated Chatham, the maximum density for multifamily is 40 dwelling units per acre. The Ageechee Road corridor is a transitioning area where former rural residential properties are converting to non-residential uses and multifamily development. It is one of the growth areas in the western part of Chatham County. The proposed zoning at 15 units an acre is at the very low end. Remember now, we're at 9. 15 units an acre is at the very low end of multifamily residential density, and at this density, over 50% of the property would remain open space. Multifamily residential continues to be a successful housing type, and the tracts of land needed to accommodate this type of development are typically in the outlying areas. The proposed density is less than the density found in similar complexes along Ageechee Road. So where we find ourselves now is, candidly, we're baffled about why we wouldn't downzone 45 acres of commercial property right next to an elementary school to multifamily residential. It's as if we're being penalized because the property is so large and we're the last ones to come online to develop our property. As was mentioned earlier by several people today, what's before you today is a zoning petition. This is not site plan. This is a zoning petition. We do always submit for your review a concept plan, but the concept plan is always done for illustrative purposes only. It's just designed to show you where the building fits, where they fit, where they go, where our fire station's going to go. But I fear that maybe we may have shown you too much, because we have no idea if that's going to be our final site plan or not. I would encourage you, the only thing before you today is zoning. Should this property be rezoned commercial with a host of uses which don't make sense, or should it be downzoned to multifamily residential with a density of 9.02 units per acre? I've heard a comment also that the issue is density. And if the issue is density, let's talk about it. Tell me what density works. We felt very strongly that 9 was such a low end of the spectrum, and that's why we presented it at RM3, 9. We know the county permits up to 40 units per acre. We know that Gateway was approved at 12 units an acre. We know that 5651 Ageechee was approved at 15 units an acre. We're at 9 with a fire station. So if there's a discussion, that's why I brought a principal with our company. I'll defer to Mr. Wiedauer on any further discussion of density. But we believe what we've submitted zoning-wise, from a land use perspective, makes sense. There's going to be a problem, and I say a problem, there's going to be an impact no matter what we put there. Whether I put 45 acres of commercial development, if I put a flea market, if I put a shopping center, if I put a outlet mall, everything's going to be impacted, but what makes more sense? And we would submit multifamily does. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll conclude. I want to be home in time for the Braves game.
Thank you, sir.
If you have any questions.
I've got a meeting after this one. Any questions for staff or petitioner?
Only a short one.
Yes, ma'am.
Karen Jarrett, how solid is the fire station? I mean, this is zoning, and you can go back and do whatever you want after the zoning.
Well, we have to come back for site plan. We already have an agreement with is it Chatham Emergency Services, and the agreement is to donate the land. We're going to build the station. Now, I don't know how many fire trucks will be there. I don't know that level of detail, but it's actually on our site plan for illustrative purposes. And when we come back, Remember, we had this conversation, I'm standing in my place and telling you, that's what we're doing. And if
You're
we-
not buying the fire trucks, you're just building the station.
We're not buying the fire trucks. But if we don't build the station, don't approve our site plan.
Understood, thanks.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, Ms. Bowles.
This is a question for staff. What is the recommendation from the comp plan?
Sorry, Morris.
I just want to pull the map up. Here is the future land use designation, and it's commercial regional, which really supports the existing zoning, the BC zoning. Commercial regional is typically large-scale shopping facilities, regional draws from a retail standpoint, those kinds of things. I think it's a legitimate point that was brought up regarding this particular piece of property and the zoning that's established on this property. But it is the current zoning, and the commercial regional classification land use designation based on the current zoning and the size of the property match.
That answer your question? Any further questions for staff or petitioner? Thank you very much, Mr. Yellen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there anybody in the audience? Nope. Anybody on the computer world? Okay. Any further discussion with commissioners? I look for a motion then.
Coleman, I move to support staff recommendation.
And that's to deny staff recommendation?
Deny staff recommendation. I mean, no, to approve staff recommendation, I'm sorry.
Okay, because you did say deny. I want to
didn't-
make sure.
Well, I'm sorry. I meant to approve staff recommendation.
And deny the applicant.
And deny the applicant.
Okay, we'll go to the vote. Mr. Urban second. We'll go to a vote. Ms. Bowles?
No.
No. Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Coles?
No.
Mr. Joseph Urban? Yes. Ms. Karen Jarrett?
No.
Mr. J. Melder?
No.
Mr. Wayne Noah?
No.
Mr. Jeff Notrica?
No.
Mr. Dwayne Stevens?
No.
And Mr. Joe Welch? No.
Coles, I'd like to make the motion that we approve the petitioner's request.
I second that. Yeah.
Okay, y'all want to do a verbal vote? Make this easy? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Aye. Opposed.
Two. Two opposed. Motion passes.
Thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Young.
Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Clarification, when we voted to approve the petitioner's request, part of the petitioner's request, if I remember his presentation, was to specify the 9 some odd units per acre. Is that included in our petition, in his request?
That was my intent for the motion.
That's what's intended in the motion. Also, his
Yeah.
word that the fire department is also, I mean, he said, we are building the fire department as well, and not
And the
surprised.
zoning was for R10, right?
Right.
Well, let me say this, the zoning, the base zoning district is the R3. The density is established at the time of the adoption of the zoning. So when we package up what the board did today and send it to the city council, it'll say R3 and then the density will be attached to that, and that's what the council
County
will hear.
commission.
I'm sorry, the county commission.
County
That's what they will hear and decide on. The fire station issue, I had several conversations with county staff, and they will not approve this development plan as shown because of that one road issue, because that's an issue for the fire department. When they saw the fire department that was proposed and the letter that Mr. Yellen provided, they were fine with it because they had that approval from the, I guess that's the state fire marshal. Is that right? Yeah. So that issue will be addressed on the development.
I know. Okay. Thank you for making that clear, Mr. Hodson. You fine with that, Mr. Melder?
I'm fine with that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I like what Ms. Jarrett said. Too bad we don't have more of that in other communities that size, but thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Welch, I apologize, but for the record, can they state who the two no votes were so that our...
Yes, and the 2 no votes, thank you, were Mr. Shadrick Coleman and Mr. Joseph Irvin.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And that was Pamela Everett. Now we'll go to, no, it's not the last one. Number 14, special use, 1501 East Broad Street. And I know y'all got to get to work tonight, right? So at least dispatch.
Here watching y'all, y'all don't get paid enough money.
We don't, yeah. We get a lunch and a parking permit. Okay, let's roll.
All right, this is a special use request for property addressed 1501 East Broad Street. The petitioner is requesting approval of a special use permit to establish a parking facility for the Hearst Tours Incorporated. The parcel fronts approximately 90 feet on the south side of East 31st Street and begins 100 feet from the southwest side of East Broad Street. It is located in a streetcar historic overlay district and the traditional commercial 1 zoning district. There is a 1-story commercial building on the subject parcel. It appears that the building was last used as a storage warehouse, but is currently vacant and boarded. The applicant seeks to repair the contributing building and utilize it as an indoor garage to house the applicant's tour vehicles, which are hearses, and only those. The applicant's drivers will continue parking across the street at 1410 East Broad Street, which is the current parking facility for the hearses, but instead they will be using that facility for the driver's personal vehicles. This is showing the distance between the yellow is where the ghost tour vehicles will be stored at, and then this blue area is where their existing facility is, but will turn into the driver's personal vehicles parking facility. The subject building has always been used as a commercial use and is currently abandoned. The building is a contributing building. As such, any exterior work or signage shall be approved by the Historic Preservation Commission. Sandbar maps. I have sandbar maps from 1916 and 1955. The building's architecture is clearly indicative of a commercial use. It was a frozen food storage facility in 1916 and continued to be in 1955. The comprehensive plan future land use map designates the subject property as traditional commercial. The comprehensive plan defines traditional commercial land use category as business areas in close proximity to downtown Savannah or in outlying historically settled areas. This category includes commercial uses that should be compatible with the character and scale of adjacent neighborhoods, most often found along collectors and arterials. Characteristics include walkability, limited or on-street parking, and multi-tenant retail. The special use request is for a parking facility use. Staff finds the use and the goals and intentions of the comprehensive plan to be compatible with the character and scale of the adjacent neighborhoods, and is located along a corridor that offers a range of commercial and institutional uses. The proposed parking facility use at this location is consistent with the future land use designation. The structure has sufficient interior square footage to accommodate the proposed parking facility use. The building will be used exclusively to store the ghost tour vehicles, which consist of 9 hearses and 1 limousine for clients for ADA accessibility, and to drive them out for the scheduled evening ghost tours. The building has an existing, it has an existing garage that was once there. But then there became a church, and so they converted the garage door into a regular door, and so they will have to reconvert it into a garage door once again, and they will need historic preservation approval for that. The building, okay, so all mechanical repairs, the washing of the vehicles will all be off-site. The Ghost Tour Company provides 3 evening tours. This is the process of their tours. They offer these tours Monday through Sunday, 7 days a week. It's 6 p.m., 8 p.m., and 10 p.m. One employee dedicated to filling up the gas tanks and cleaning the cars arrives at 4 p.m. every day. The drivers arrive 30 minutes prior to their scheduled tour to park their personal vehicles at 1410 East Broad Street and would walk to 1501 East Broad Street to drive the tour vehicle out of the parking facility. Drivers pick up and drop off customers at 2 locations: Savannah Visitor Center at 301 Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, and the trolley stop at Owen Thomas House and Slave Quarters at 124 Abercorn Street. The tours are about 45 minutes in length. Once customers are dropped off at either of the 2 locations, the driver would return the ghost tour vehicle at the 1501 East Broad Street location and walk to 1410 East Broad Street to pick up the driver's personal vehicle. Staff has found that the use and location are compatible with the character and scale of the adjacent neighborhoods and is located along a corridor that offers a range of commercial and institutional uses. In review of the standards, it appears that the subject property and proposed use meet the requirements. Based on the criteria for a special use permit, staff recommends approval of the request with one condition, which would be the special use permit shall be non-transferable. And the applicant, Carol Higgins, is here as the agent for the Hearst Tours Incorporated. She is the owner of the company.
Okay. Ms. Higgins, would you like to come forward? State your names, please, if both of you are going to speak for the record, and
You're first.
you have 20 minutes if you need be.
Carol Higgins, I am co-owner of Ghost Hearst Tours.
I'm Russ Lee. I am the other owner, and I'll be brief. We're building new cars. We're replacing the fleet, updating the fleet, and I want to protect that fleet and protect my assets. That's all I got. I'm hungry.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Melder. Do you have a
Chairman,
question?
thank you. Jay Melder. Do you have any plans for the building?
Clean it up, try to restore it as much as possible.
We don't own the building, so we're just gonna, make the windows back, take put the glass, or take the plywood down.
Okay.
And it's gonna be for parking right now. We have no other plans than that.
Okay. And for staff, can you review Are there any conditions again with this request?
Yes, the one as it shall not be non-transferable.
Are you, so we have some concerns. Are you planning on washing the vehicles at this property?
No, all washing of vehicles and mechanical will be off-site.
Okay.
We'll be sending them.
I think it would be helpful if we added in a condition to the special use that vehicles would not be washed or repaired at the site as well.
Okay.
To protect our stormwater. Thank you.
Any further questions? For petitioner or staff?
Petitioner, you said you all said, this is Dwayne Stevens, and you all said you don't own the building, correct?
No, the owner offered to rent it to us for right now with the first option to buy.
Okay.
And we did not make an offer, of course, until we found out we can use it or not.
Gotcha. Until you, oh, sorry.
Yeah, but he has no plans whatsoever to do anything with the building.
Gotcha.
So when he approached us, we went, yeah.
And I think that was my concern, and the HPC, I'm sure they'll address these issues as necessary about the way you treat the entry for the vehicles to come in and out. And this is the entry that will be coming out on 31st Street?
Yes.
In and out?
Yeah, that was the traditional entrance. If you go and look at it, it still has the hardware on there from the original doors.
Okay.
And all the church did was put up like a false wall.
Right.
And then put double doors on it. So it's not going to be anything to take it down and redo the door.
Okay, and I'll leave the HPC at it to address all the other concerns. Well, I guess one more thing. Well, I guess at this time it doesn't matter, because I was just going to inquire about the use of the other space as far as the commercial storefront and things of that nature, because I know you said you would put the windows back.
We don't have any of our guests come to the lot or the cars. We pick everybody up downtown. All our booking is done online. Our dispatchers work out of their homes. So really, there's no guests or anything that's going to show up there.
That was primarily just, the line of questioning was essentially based off of the treatment of the windows and things of that nature.
Yeah,
It was
we'll
viewable
bring
from
it
the
all
public
back
right
to where,
away.
I love that building. It's gorgeous as far as I'm concerned. So I would love just to get it back to where it's supposed to be.
Okay, thanks.
They don't need to know that right now, but
We'd love for you to do it.
Yeah.
we would need funding for that.
Any further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nobody in the audience on the computer, are there? I would, no. Okay, I look for a motion.
Karen Jarrett, move to approve the application.
Second.
Are you going to put the two conditions in, Mr. Jarrett?
Oh, yes. The one condition that,
Non-transferable?
non-transferable, and the other condition that no washing and no mechanics
Cole,
occur
second.
on-site.
That's,
Second.
Who seconded? Okay. All right. Ms. Bowles, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. Coles?
Yes.
Mr. Joseph Irvin? Ms. Karen Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Jay Melder?
Yes.
Mr. Noah?
yes.
Mr. Jeff Notrica?
Yes.
Mr. Dwayne Stevens?
Yes.
And Mr. Joe Welch, yes. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more item. Next is going to be item 15, text amendment, non-conforming uses and structures.
Yes, sir. This one should not take too long. So this actually came to us in the form of a rezoning request originally from the owner at 543 Washington Avenue. That building there specifically is a multifamily residence. It has been since 1913 continuously. However, that district in the Ardsley Park area is all zoned single family. So it's legally non-conforming, you know, it's grandfathered in. However, as our ordinances are currently written, if a non-conforming building is destroyed past 75% of its replacement cost, it would have to go to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a special approval to be rebuilt. in the interest of our conservation districts, let's see, Chatham Crescent, Ardsley Park, the Ardmore District, Parkside, and Carver Village, like we mentioned earlier, all of those are our conservation districts. In the interest of conserving the actual buildings and the nature of the districts, we found that it was counterintuitive to ask for the owners of historic buildings like that to have to come back and get an appeal to be able to rebuild the building as it was. So what this amendment to the text will do down here basically is just that for non-conforming residential uses within a local conservation district that are damaged or destroyed past 75% of the replacement cost, approval by the Zoning Board of Appeals shall not be required. The new structure shall not, however, exceed the height, building footprint, or number of dwelling units, the damage of destroyed building. So what we are saying in effect here is that if you have a historic building in one of these districts, it is destroyed and it's non-conforming, because there are quite a few of them along a couple of the streets in that area, you can build it back to how it was without having to get a special appeal done. And that would, of course, still have to go through the building process separately, but yeah. So any questions?
Chairman,
Yes, sir, Mr. Noah.
why is it not across the board and only in the local conservation districts?
Well, first, I would say the first thing is that this came to us from somewhere in the Chatham Crescent area, and our staff study really only consisted of the conservation districts and like how much of an issue this was. You know, our current idea was that, like, in the interest of conserving the nature of that district and the aesthetics of the district, it would make sense for those people to not have to come back for a special permit. However, if you're in the rest of the Savannah area and you're not inside one of these conservation districts, the building gets destroyed, it's legally non-conforming, you could still get it rebuilt, you would just have to come and get a special permit from the Zoning Board of Appeals.
I guess that's what my question was, why? I mean, I get it, the conservation district, but if we're being equal and fair to all, I feel like it should be across the board.
Mr. Noah, I think one of the other considerations was that development patterns within conservation districts, we believe, are a little bit different, where it's not unusual to have different housing types, where in our more traditional, particularly single-family districts, where you may have, you know, some non-conforming uses, there's a lot of areas where the intent of the non-conforming status is for that thing to go away at some point. And so we didn't want to open it up necessarily citywide for something like that, because we do view the conservation districts differently, that you do want to maintain those housing types, even if they're different within those neighborhoods.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, Mr. Motor.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Jay Melder, was any outreach done to the impacted communities, Ardsley Park, Chatham Crescent, Ardmore, Parkside, Historic Carver Village, Flatman Village Conservation
We did
District?
not have meetings with those neighborhood associations.
I would recommend that if this commission approves the staff recommendation, that we do so with a direction for staff to engage these communities prior to this coming. Does this come to City Council, this text amendment?
It would, but, you know, at the manager's discretion in terms of timing.
Okay, so prior to that issue coming before City Council, that outreach be done to the impacted communities to make them aware
Understood.
of the change. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
I guess my line of questioning is more so on in keeping with the character of the community. So for instance, I know historic Carver Village had their National Register community. However, they're only a conservation district because they have not established an ordinance yet. And I'm thinking going forward, if they don't have an ordinance legally, we can't bind a petitioner or something like that to deliver a certain typology. I guess my concerns there is that if there's no ordinance in place to protect the character, then where does this put us?
And let me just, so I understand your question, Mr. Stevens, you're referring to if a building is destroyed and the applicant has the right to build back the use. Say, for example, it's a duplex where a duplex would not normally be permitted. You're right, we don't have really any control over what the building looks like because of the lack of ordinances. But I think the same, to a certain extent, is true within these other districts in terms of design, if that's what we're talking about. But really, our intention with this, and if this is approved and we move forward with this, these are probably some of the conversations we can have with the neighborhoods, as Mr. Melder suggested. That I think our intention was to make sure we get the form back to that particular piece of property, whether it be a multifamily building like the one Mr. Gandhi described at Washington Avenue, which has been there for 100+ years, or if it's, you know, a duplex within a neighborhood of single-family houses. We were really focusing more so on the form.
Okay, and I think, I just wanted to make sure I'm understanding where you guys were with that, because I guess if I'm hearing you correct, if it was previously a duplex or a quad or something like that, this is essentially promoting something of the sort, returning or
This
building.
would allow the owner to build it back.
Okay.
Same building footprint, same number of units and same height, without going to zoning board of appeals. That's really the main difference. Because you could still do it, but it would be with zoning board of appeals approval. And just as a little bit of quick background, I don't want to keep us longer than necessary, but the applicant who kind of initiated this discussion, as Mr. Gandhi said, initially submitted a map amendment to rezone his property to multifamily, even though it's a 100+ year old multifamily building. Reasoning is he's buying the property, about to renovate it, and he wanted it to be conforming. So that's how the discussion began.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to make sure I was clear on understanding what the intent. Okay.
Any other questions?
Marcus, one other thing too, Jeff Notrica, that I want to point out, it's also a huge benefit for the property owner from an insurance standpoint. I've run into this problem before of having to get what's called law and ordinance insurance to basically insure for a non-conforming use if you've got a catastrophe. So by now eliminating this, you're going to help people get lower cost on their insurance.
Great, it's good to know. Yeah, thank you.
Good to know. Anything else? Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. So we have no presentations.
Oh, we need to vote on that.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Coles make the motion to approve staff's recommendation.
No, it's second.
We'll just take a verbal vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Thank you. No presentations. Other business was report from the nominating committee. And Mr. Wayne Noah, who is on the nominating board with.
Yes, we ask that you get any names to the nominating committee, which is myself, Mr. Stevens, and Ms. Bowles, no later than.
Ms. Epstein.
What'd I say?
Bowles.
I'm sorry. No later than Monday, the 20,
No, September the 5th.
no,
No.
we're having a committee meeting.
Yeah.
November, hold on, let me go back. I said it right, I think. 22nd.
August 22nd, sir.
And we'll report those names on September the 6th to be voted on the last meeting of September the 29th. And recall to you all, it is a Thursday, not a Tuesday. Okay? Anything else? Not everybody. Thank you so much. This is one of the longer meetings we had, and thank you for your patience. And thank you for being here. This meeting's adjourned.
Thank you.